Push the button, and then I see the button where it says stop. I think we're good. Now I gotta walk in front of it.
I'm good. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm gonna call him up.
Yeah, parkers can find a track stop. And then when you get to each park, you'll have the exact
Okay, folks, we're going to get started. We do have a big agenda this evening, so we'll get started. Mr. Crater, Public Works.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to call the order of the Public Works Committee. We do have a quorum. Everyone is present. The first up will be Mr. Albert John, the Director of Public Works.
Good afternoon. I really don't have anything for you guys other than the light fixture has been installed at exit 82. We did not have any equipment go out for service from the barn. Any questions?
I think sounds good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Short and sweet. Next up, Mr. Gilbert Osteen, Street Commissioner.
Good evening. Everything basically the same. We got a chance to cut a little bit of grass last month. Still digging ditches. We did a couple of sidewalks. Once we dug the ditch, we had to put the covers up and put the sidewalk back. Continue the ditch digging. Been fixing some potholes. Used some limestone, fixing a lot of turning curve. I call it turning curve when people turn too short and use mud. We've been fixing all that. We put up the stage for Mardi Gras, and the outside contractor, which is Southern Contractors, started the project on the 27th of 16 between D and E. They finished putting in the culvert that they was hard to do yesterday, and that's about it.
How about the cemetery? I pass by there every day and it's still getting terrible.
You don't want it, I don't.
The gentleman that we're getting, he's coming in to sign his contract, Mr. Tom Raver, complete his contract. So we're getting ready to get started with him.
Thank you. This is really busy. Anybody got anything, Commissioner?
Cedar Street and I believe there's a cone, something, and it's got a big
It's
dip.
got a big dip.
What are we doing with that?
We, a while back, we camera that. And it didn't come out right, but I think it's a culvert that meets up, if I'm not mistaken, under that sewer. And I think it's separated.
Okay, so I'm not just gonna pave it. Gotta fix whatever's underneath the turf.
Yeah, that would be a good idea to fix what's underneath first.
Yeah, I think we can.
Right.
Okay.
Mr. Gill,
Yes,
do we have limestone or some of the building potholes?
yes, sir.
As a worker in order on Jacob and 7th Street, on the corner of Jerusalem, Baptist Church, and Jacob.
All right, so that's 4 weeks.
Yes, sir. It ain't been done yet.
I see that.
I'm not disputing what you're saying, but if you ride around Third Ward, there's a lot of potholes like that.
Right.
And I'm not saying you're not doing your job, but I call that work on there myself.
I didn't see the work
On
on it.
7th and Jacob Street. And I know they completed that, that's why the problem is. If y'all go and fix work order, close the work order, we don't get that back to say y'all closed up to fill that obligation.
Right.
But I would love to see you take a look at Jacob and 7th Street and see what we can do about that.
Yes, sir, not a problem. Okay, that.
Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Mr. Martin?
How many work orders y'all do a day?
It depends on the work, that, say we want to do some potholes, it might be for on that pothole situation. And then we might not have them. All right.
All right, when we get the, notification of a work order, is that work order pertaining just to public works, or is that to any and all things going on at the city hall?
Well, we get it starts from City Hall.
No, you're not understanding what's right. I know it's, I understand it. When we get notification of a work order, is that just one department?
What, no, sewer get done work orders also.
Well, it's just me. But I don't get too many work orders. Have y'all been getting? Yeah.
Oh,
I don't know what's going on. I have to check again because the only thing I get through maybe is the checks. I'll follow through on it. But like Mr. Burris just said, our ward is I understand we're about to do work over the streets. I don't know when that's gonna start, Jim. I don't know if you have your timeline on that or not. But something needs to be done because it's getting worse.
right.
So, the good thing about it, I call it a good thing, after the 11th of this month, I'm going to spend more time in the city of Crowley. So, the environment will be holding hands walking around our ward. Sound like a plan to you, Phil? Okay. A lot of things need to be done. I'm not saying that just you and your department, but people are calling.
Right.
Okay. And the bad part about it is when they call once, it's cool. When they call twice, it's cool. When they call 3 times, we got a problem.
Right.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take a more advanced role into trying to eliminate as many as possible. Not to take time from all the rest of the ward and everybody out there sick and mud. But, you know, a lot of things neat that should have been done years ago. We got to a point now where it's so bad that I don't think it can be done. But anyway, just trying to figure out how to work on it. Thank you.
All right.
Anybody else got anything for Mr. Gill? Thank you, Mr. Gill.
All right.
Next up, we have the city engineer, Mr. Tim Hager.
Thank you, Mr. Crater. Give out to you 2 things just now. One is a map, which is titled Citywide Street Improvements Project. and a resolution that goes along with that map. I can put them together here in my presentation. I did want to mention that in your packets, attached to the Public Works Committee agenda is a resolution. That's an earlier version. So the one I gave you is the version that I would want you to refer to. In my report for Public Works, on page 2 is item 1A, drainage and street improvements projects. As the topic, you turn the page to page 3. You see I have bold letters A, B, C, D, and E, and that's to get us on the same place on the same page as I make this presentation. First of all, if you look at A, it speaks of the citywide drainage improvements project. And I'm showing you there the timetable. We are receiving bids this Friday, March 6th at 10 a.m. So what we will want to do eventually is award a construction contract. We will have a letter of recommendation and bid tabulation for you at your meeting Wednesday night. As the project proceeds, assuming we get a good bid and it's awarded, then we would look for the March-April timeframe to award, execute, and have the pre-construction meeting. In the April-May timeframe, we would begin construction. And we're going to be looking at the East Park subdivision and the area around the high school, so we can get that work done before school begins again in the fall. We'll begin it about the time school gets out in May, and hopefully have it done by the end of July. And then, of course, we continue the project all the way until about this time next year. We think it's possible for that project to take that long, considering the weather and all. So the first action I would like you to consider is awarding a construction contract, that's at B on that page, for the citywide drainage improvements project in accordance with the bid tabulation and letter of recommendation that we will present to the full council on March 11th.
Moved by Lyle, seconded by Byron. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Green, I apologize. I was supposed to tell you all this at the beginning. Please say a little prayer for Mr. Stephen Primo. He's under the weather, and he had to go to the doctor. He's going to have to go back a couple more times. So he hangs in there for us. Thank you.
Next, at C, I'm giving you a written presentation on where we are with two basic things. One is the funding of the drainage and street improvements project, and then looking at what the street improvements project scope is, and making a move to actually begin the planning process for the street improvements. So first of all, I'd like you to look at the map that I handed out to you. This map is not a lot unlike the map I gave you probably about a year ago this time. If you all recall, we began looking at this street improvements project before you all went through an election and were sworn in. Previous council had authorized us in the late winter, early spring of 2018 to do an evaluation of the street condition and come up with a cost estimate. And if you recall, before the new council took office, we had a meeting of both the old council and the new council, and we looked at those figures. In fact, we looked at a citywide capital improvements program where we were just addressing drainage, sidewalks, streets, things like that. What we've done now is now that we have the drainage project about to be bid and we're going to get it underway, we want to start planning now so that when the drainage improvements are done, we can also now then go immediately into a street project. And we're going to do it in a similar way, if it's done, to the way it was done in the 1997, 1998 timeframe, where we actually have a contract for one Simon Parkinson basically, and a contract for the other side. We call them contract A and contract B. The map shows where contract A and contract B limits are, and they work out to be very similar in scope and cost, which we attempted to do. Of course, you'll never do exactly the same cost, but it's fairly close. The timing to put this in effect would be, I'm making this presentation tonight. I'm going to ask you to consider a resolution that would authorize that would approve the street improvements project scope and authorize us to go into the planning phase so we can get the plans underway and time it so that construction contract A is ready to go about the time the drainage projects are finished, and then construction contract B will be ready to go about the time construction contract A is done. We're doing it, we think, over a 2-year time period. When the bond council and your financial consultants make their presentation, I'm going to give out a spreadsheet which provides you not only with the timetable, but with comprehensive look at the cash flow analysis of how you're spending money and how you're taking money from the bond issue and how you use money from the infrastructure fund. I'll give that out in a minute when bond council and financial consultants are here. Any questions at this time are entertained about the street improvements program? It's not very much different about it. I want to mention that the map like this that you have seen about a year ago showed parking lot improvements. They're shown on the map by black dot. You can see most of those are again the Instance Park, Valley Rec area. There's also Martin Luther King Park lot. Those were shown on the map, and at the time we did not include them in the cost estimate, but now they're included in the cost estimate. I know I'm hitting you with a lot at one time, and I'm glad to answer the questions you have now, certainly between now and next Wednesday.
Great. I guess my question is with the process of how you, so let's say you have a street that's in bad shape now, it's not under the red for reconstruction, and we just pave over the bad portion of it, or do you dig it out a little bit and try to fix the, I guess, the base?
All the green streets are patch and overlay, so we define those streets as capable of digging out the hard pan clay, any failure. The failure is going to be a surface failure, or a base failure, or a sub-base failure, or all of the above. And the green streets are streets that it's feasible to find the failures and patch them with asphalt. It's usually an 8 to 10 inch deep or 8 to 10 inch thick asphalt to concrete patch. Those streets will be patched in the first phase of construction, and we'll come back with an 1.5 inch overlay of an asphalt over on top of those. You'll notice that there really aren't very many reconstruction streets, and those streets, I think, are few and far between, because 20 to 25 years ago, we did a lot of reconstruction all over the city, and those reconstructed streets have held up well. It's a matter of economy. To reconstruct the street is to basically run a stabilizer that grinds everything up, surface, base, sub-base, and you start all over again. That's easily 3 to 4 times the cost per mile of compared to overlay. Patching and overlays is about a third, maybe to a fourth the cost. So we could never afford to have the streets kept in good shape if we let the conditions go to the point of having to reconstruct so that we just couldn't afford it. This project is expensive enough as it is. But in our evaluation, the green streets are patch and overlay eligible and can be done relatively inexpensively compared to reconstruction. Reconstruction, you can see where I have those, that's a reddish color. Again, very, very few of those are necessary at this time. And this evaluation was done about 2 years ago, and so things have changed over the 2-year time span. We'll have to look at it again when we prepare plans and see exactly how much longer have the failures grown, how much wider have the failures grown, and in a given stretch of a city street, is it to the point where you're patching so much that it would be more economical just to start over? I don't anticipate that. I'm hoping that our next evaluation will bear this out. I do expect that there will be additional tonnage of asphalt patching.
I know it's been probably over a year or so since we discussed this, but my recollection is that the drainage and street improvement projects that we were talking about, we were hoping that the infrastructure fund and whichever other fund would build up enough so that we could use that money to pay for whatever we could afford at the time, which would be now. And now we're talking about borrowing 20 million or something like that. That was really a shock to me. I guess when I saw that yesterday on the agenda items, I wasn't prepared for that. I thought we were gonna do what we could with the money that we had, and not borrow the $20 million plus. But that's my recollection. I don't know, maybe somebody else could chime in on that also.
If I may address that, the difference between now and back then is that back then we were hoping that we would use infrastructure fund balance to do the drainage project, and eventually we would get into the street improvements project and have to borrow money. We never believed that there would be an infrastructure fund anywhere near meeting the cost of both drainage and streets. And you may also recall that you authorized your bond attorney to go to LCDA about this time last year, and he actually got approval from LCDA and the state bond commission to borrow $20 million. Yet the bond attorney and financial consultants will come up and speak more to that, but I apologize if there was a misunderstanding, but we would never have contemplated being able to do the drainage and streets with simply pay-as-you-go money. That would have never been done.
Do you have any idea what is in those funds now? How much money do we have?
It's in the spreadsheet that I'm going to hand out. You'll see where you begin balance as of January 1st. If you'll allow me just to wait till the bond attorney and financial consultants come up, and you'll see our 3-page spreadsheet that shows where we begin and where we end, and what happens in the middle.
Well, I'm sure we're going to discuss it more, but with the problem we have with blighted properties and crime, and I know the police department needs some help. I just hope that we can find some way to fund this stuff without borrowing that kind of money for that. I mean, we can identify bad roads. I know we've done it before, and maybe approach it that way, but that's just my thoughts. Go ahead, you.
I'll speak to that too, is if you wait until you're identifying bad roads, then you get into reconstruction and the factor of 3 and 4 times the cost.
I meant, like, tomorrow we could go and identify bad roads and address those, not complete overlay of all the roads in Crowley. I don't think that's necessary,
But again, the point I'm trying to make is that whereas it's probably considered by the layman that you should go in and fix the streets that are in the worst shape first, that's really not the case. You need to keep the streets that are near the end of their useful life before they get in bad shape, patch and overlay them so you preserve them for another 20, 25 years at 1/4 the cost.
I guess our constituents will let us know what's more important to them. If we need to overlay all the streets in Crowley, or if they want to do something about the crime problem and the blighted property problems that we have in Crowley. Because I don't see how we could put a nice, pretty road in front of all these dilapidated houses that we have. And surely, I don't want to make it so that the criminals don't tear up their Mercedes and their BMWs on our nice roads while they come to Crowley and commit crime. So that's just my take.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Regarding the overlay, Tim, are you going to be grinding off it's part of the surface that's existing now, or we would just be building up on top of what's there now?
We're gonna build an inch and a half thick on top of what's there now.
Because some of the concerns I've been approached with is the elevation difference between people's existing driveways. They already have a hump now from the previous overlay, and now we're gonna increase that. And how will the driveways tie in within the plan?
You know, we have details to tie in driveways. The thing about the existing surface is, the latest technology and way of going about it is to use the surface that's there now, because it has structural value. You have probably 2.5, 3 inches of asphalt on top of the base now, and if we remove it, we are removing something that has structural value. So by overlaying on top of it, you have a street structure that's even better than it was.
Mr. Trinko.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Mayor, give us your reasoning for wanting to go straight into the street project and the drainage project. Just because I would feel like we would do the drainage project and then kind of see how everything is going to flow. And also we have to worry about the state roads and how that will affect our project.
I don't quite understand the state road question.
Okay, we'll go to the first part, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the first part was to do drainage improvements before we put the
Right, and you
overlay.
would want to go right into the overlay right after that.
Going right into the overlay is because your roads are now between 20 and 25 years old, and by waiting, we continue to see further deterioration, length of failures, width of failures. We also, and so that increases the cost of patching. Patching is one of the more expensive items that makes us have to spend as much as 20 million, 18 to 20 million. Also, the cost of asphalt is certain to go up. It's 20 years ago, it was $40 a ton. Now we're estimating $9 a ton. So it just escalates over time. We're trying to take advantage of what we feel is a fairly stable market for a barrel of oil, which translates into the cost of a ton of asphalt. And then also we are at a point in time, the financial team here will tell you in a minute, where interest rates are as low as they can get, and they'll explain that. But we're at a time now where we can improve the streets with patching and overlaying primarily at a cost that we think is going to remain stable by the time we get to the bids, and the cost of borrowing the money is as low as it ever will be. And also keep in mind that waiting to improve the streets, you're now in a phase of the acceleration of deterioration. It's getting worse at a faster and faster rate. So waiting is a very risky thing to do when you're looking at streets that are 20 to 25 years.
I would think the drainage would help with the deterioration in some of the streets. So, there should be maybe a space in between those two projects that are so huge, especially for financial reasons. But just some thoughts on it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Say, when you mentioned affordability, that's something the financial team may be alluding to or could explain later. That's a big question about to fund this type of major endeavor. I'd like to know some information about what was considered in determining affordability based on the current state of our city's economy and our budgets and so forth.
And you'll get that from a bond attorney and the financial consultants. I want to say, your finance chairman, we're going to kick this over to revenue and finance when I finish this presentation. We work fairly closely with the chairman of the finance committee to answer those very questions and to come up with what are the alternatives. Is there another way, a better way to do this?
Reading the headlines the other day in the Post Signal about how Church Point is debt-free, made me really, really think, boy, Crowley could just get that way someday, somehow. But when you can get it to it like this, not another 20 million. I think that's what we would all like to see, is that Crowley be debt-free like Church Point is. Is it possible? Yes, sir, Mr. Cabell.
I'm gonna disagree. From the standpoint, you look at people who progress, they actually are taking on debt in order to enhance themselves. Sammy can't progress in his business unless he takes on debt. You can't buy another house unless you take on debt. You know, it's just the way in which people, and in fact, if you use your money, your cash, you're actually not using your money wisely in many ways. Because you can actually get a return on investment greater than what the interest rate is. Excuse me, my voice is, and you'll see on the spreadsheets how it works out in the next 20 years, after 20 years, where the fund is now and what the fund will end up being in 20 years. It's pretty neat. And it's not even accounting, I don't want to get too far ahead, but it's not even accounting for what interest you'll be earning on these funds in the interim. So, although great, kudos to Church Point, if they are operating debt-free, that also may mean they have a sewer user fee that's adequate to supply their operational costs.
Thank you, Mr. Cabell. Evidently, you have a lot more insight into this than we do. We were just hit with this yesterday about the $20 million, so you will understand our concerns. Mr. Martin.
I don't know which field that came out of. But to say that you would have a problem with the city being debt-free, I got a problem with you. Let me say this. We have here a spending problem. Okay, let's face it. If you take a scale and you weigh 10% of the city debt, which would be City Hall, that scale will fall down flat. I don't know who got phone calls, but I did. When the paper, our illustrious paper, put in there that we had hired a part-time person to work with Tony's group at $45,000 a year. Man, nobody got phone calls on that? And they went to go crowd, and here it is. You're trying to scuffle to fix the roads. But just to make a point here, we have to live within our means. And taking on another $20 million, I know it's a lot. But Clint, I think you used the term, our constituents are going to tell us whether they like it or not at the next election. This is my first time seeing this. It goes back to the council not getting anything ahead of time to soften the blow. I'm not going to point fingers on it. We already know what's up with that. But I wish I would have got a heads up on this. This is one thing that we should have had a public hearing on. Don't y'all agree? We about to ask the citizens to spend $20 million. I know the cost of it. I mean, I deal with it. I know the cost of the true cost. I'm not doubting the talk, Tim. I know the true cost. But the fact of the matter is, it was pointed out that we have houses. I wouldn't go out that stretch as my colleague, but about the cause or whatever, but truth is true. The other meeting, we fought on the sewer user fee, which we said, hey, we're not going to bid on our citizens. Now we're coming up and asking for $20 million. I'll digress and sit back and formulate something here. I just listened for a while. Maybe it's not calculating, but to our chair of our finance, to say that you wouldn't want the city of Crowley to be debt free, I would make that statement.
That's you.
You're right, it is me.
That's why I sit here and you sit there.
And also the fact of the matter is, as chair, you have a judicial responsibility. Anything that comes across your desk should be shared by each one of these members.
Step, may I say something about that?
Okay, hold on, gentlemen, I'm just,
Mr. Martin has the floor.
So, You know, I mean, it's a joke to you, you just got on this council, you don't even know the ins and outs of what we've been working with the last 15, 20 years. But to make a statement like that, I mean, it tells me that, it seems to be a joke. But anyway, my main thing is this, I wish the city of Crowley could be debt-free. I would employ it. Thank you.
Now, I want to apologize if we seem to be pressuring you, that's not it at all. This is us introducing this project to you now. Of course, we started talking about it a year ago, so it's been little by little in the back of our minds. I'm not telling you you have to take action tonight or March, but I'm saying if we're going to go forward with this is what we're going to move forward with, and it has to be done relatively soon. I would understand completely if you want to give it a month to think about it, to consider other alternatives on your own, and then come back and talk to us. But we can't now continue, again, we're 2 years since the last evaluation. The last evaluation said it needed to be done. So we don't want to get too far away from the current condition and still not doing anything. So this is the initiation of the idea. No one's telling you, you got to do this tonight or this month. So everybody's getting a chance right now to see it for the first time. And you got to start. First time is first time. That's where we are.
And I think it's the magnitude of it. It's not that we don't think that there's some streets definitely that need to be repaired in Crowley. There's no doubt about that. But the magnitude of doing everything, $20 million is what's got to be taken aback. And so it's going to take me a little while to digest this and try and come up with an alternative plan maybe. But to me, yes, I don't think anybody's saying we don't need to fix any streets in Crowley. But to the magnitude of $20 million, I think that's a bitter pill to swallow.
I want to rebut that to say that there are streets that need to be fixed in Crowley is missing my point. The streets need to be patched and overlaid, or they're all going to need to be fixed. Right now, they don't need to be fixed; they just need to be rejuvenated. They need to be renewed for another 25 years.
Mr.
Tim, when was it when the roads had gotten so deplorably bad? Was it when they were redone in the 90s, or was it before that?
Well, Tom raised his hand.
That's right.
Let me give some insight, I guess, some historical balance to this. I wrote this to Tim about Q4. He sent a message earlier today that got me thinking about how to put this into perspective. I've been struggling with this sometimes as to how to convey this to you. You've got two issues that are going to face you tonight: the street issues and the sewer user fee issues. Historically, when I was a young man, in high school and in junior high, the city of Crowley was essentially debt-free. We operated like that for many, many years, apparently. Of course, I wasn't aware of that at that time. I became aware of that as time progressed, and I became more involved in politics and government and trying to get things done. Another entity was that of the 6th Ward Crowley Drainage District. It had been operating with 40 years with nothing ever having any debt. I became city attorney in 1978. In 1980, the city of Crowley experienced a massive flood. So massive, in fact, that it extended all the way through the 6th Ward and up to the city of Grain almost. I believe you remember that. Brad, I think you might remember that. The reason for that was the fact that the drainage tributaries had not been maintained except with a pickup truck and a shovel, and sometimes they got a drag line to clean out a ditch here or there. Nothing had been done with them. A similar occurrence was with city streets. When Tim and I were younger, most of you were around, in 1961 or 62, the streets were redone completely. By the time Tim and I were active in our professions and dealing with these kinds of issues in the 1980s, the streets were already deteriorating. They were 20 years old. Let me go back to this little memo I wrote to Tim and the working group. I told Tim, I said, I've been struggling with the message of the use of bond fund proceeds versus cash balances and the revenue stream needed to pay principal interest, provide reserve funds required for annual maintenance costs, and create a fund balance. Before this tax was initiated, the sales tax, in 88 or something, I'm trying to remember when we did the first sales tax to provide these funds to do this. The city of Crowley had no funds for infrastructure or anything. In fact, we had a fund balance that was an amalgamation. It wasn't infrastructure, it wasn't anything. It was a total fund balance of everything that had been accumulated by the city of Crowley. Nothing had been broken out at that time. Now, we had less than $4 million. Tim, I think it was like $2 million or something, something like that. And we had about less than $2 million. Again, we couldn't afford a pickup truck and a shovel to put coal mix in the holes in the street pavers. I don't know if any of you remember Northern Avenue, 15th and 14th Streets, Avenue I, Avenue H, the deplorable conditions those streets were in. Those streets deteriorated in the 80s and into the 90s when this project was done, last time when we did the street overlay. The rapid deterioration demonstrated the need for the tax. The need for the tax was demonstrated by the deplorable condition of city streets in the 1980s after they were 20 years old, and the rapid deterioration thereafter, until the public realized that a sales tax was necessary to provide the funding for a comprehensive plan of street overlay, rebuilding, and maintaining them. And in addition to that, we had the fund balance thought. That's all history, because the people who were in your seats at the time, and the person who were no longer with us, most of them, they had the vision and the foresight to say that we need to start educating the public about how we need to fund things and what needs to be done to maintain infrastructure, buildings, streets, drainage, etc. Because Crowley had none of that before we did this. This overlay represents the culmination of a very thoughtful and precise planning tool that was used to say, how can we project out 40 years what the city of Crowley is going to do? You know, we cannot do that. The best we can do is look for what we've got in terms of the overall infrastructure and the funding we can provide for it and deal with it. Street life was only, Tim tell you, is usually 15 years what they meant. We knew we would need more because Crowley's funding would not be able to do anything less than probably a 20-year. We're back at 20 years again because you're looking at these streets in a terrible condition insofar as the surface. What I'm saying there is you're looking at streets that we're no longer doing patching and overlay. If you look at this, crack routing and sealing. If you look at the crack routing and sealing on this map, there's very little crack routing and sealing shown. I can tell you the other map we had the 1990s had no crack sealing and patch and overlay. And ceilings. Routing and sealing was beyond the question. Patching and overlay was almost matched by the rebuilding. The rebuilding costs were, like Tim says, were excessive because we had so many streets that needed to be rebuilt. This plan and the plan of the crack routing and sealing, spending approximately $300,000 to $400,000 a year for maintenance, extended the life of those streets, got you past the 20-year period and into this period here. The perspective that I'm trying to share with you is that debt is something that is not necessarily a bad thing. Debt is something that allows you to utilize your funds to best provide for an infrastructure that is going to last for as long a reasonable lifetime and lifespan as you can. By not doing this plan now, and if you look back to the timetables that you adopted previously regarding this started before this council was elected, immediately after in January, immediately after you were sworn in, this basic map was presented to you in almost the same fashion as to what Tim expected would be needed in terms of the patching and overlay and reconstruction. We coupled that with the drainage project because we also realized that when we renewed the tax, that we needed to broaden that tax so that we could clarify and make sure that everybody understood that drainage was an inherent component of street improvement and maintenance. And we needed funds to be able to be used for that. So that the next time we did this project, we could also do all the drainage, as much drainage as we could in the next project. Because it was only the most critical drainage was done the last time, Tim, as I recall, right? And even the state has had problems with that. If all of you remember when they overlaid, when they redid Parks, and Parks got to be in such deplorable condition, going north and all, that only when they dug it up did they realize how inadequate the drainage facilities were there. And if you all remember how long it took to get that project done, the reason for that is because the drainage was dramatically improved. The drainage needs were so underestimated that during the project, the drainage had to be reconsidered, and a huge culvert was installed across Parks and at the interstate. I don't know what was the size, 10 by 10, something like that. That was a massive undertaking. It stopped the use of the road. Everybody was up in arms about that. But that right there, that project, it took a few weeks to get it done, actually, probably several months, excuse me. But that project will extend the life of Parks and that concrete road probably would for 40, 50 years, Tim. That's why the drainage was done out there. Improve that drainage and make that street last, that highway last a much longer period of time. Those are the kinds of things I think you need to have in terms of perspective as to how to deal with looking into the future, providing for infrastructure, and utilizing the financial tools that are available to you. The other thing that I'd like to say to you is you're going to hear from these experts today who are the bonding attorney, the financial consultants, the planners, the people who look at funds. The Fed has just reduced the rate of cost of funds, the interest rate, to 1%. We're at historic lows. You're going to be able to borrow money at a very low rate. You're going to get a bond premium on this. There are so many things they're going to talk to you about that are going to make this project attractive. And the conservative numbers that we used, I think, are not even conservative enough, because in my view, you're going to see exactly what we thought we were going to see the last time. It turned out to be very well. We were able to develop funds from revenues, the revenue stream, after in addition to payment of the principal, the interest, build the reserve funds and the accounts required. There was money left over for maintenance, and there was money that was left over, which accounted for depreciation. That is the lifetime use expenses of replacement of these things. You had a fund that was building up to replace them. That's called your infrastructure fund balance. That's actually, if you look at it, that's actually depreciation. So the use of those funds it is recognized long after they're spent. Because you may expend, like today, if I buy a new truck, I expense the whole thing. Actually, the life of that truck is probably going to be 10, 15 years. But you have to expense it out. Well, you do it with a tax return. And people look at the tax return as a depreciation factor. The accountants would tell you depreciation is a lifetime cost of replacement of the asset that you have that you're using for that particular purpose. And this purpose here is providing streets for people to use that are going to last long past the time as many people have ever expected city streets to last from a historical perspective, because we just never had that. So let me shut up and let you go on.
Thank you. Mr. Wilbur.
We've been on here 15 months. I'd like to know what this proposal addressed to the council before us, and why wasn't anything done 12 years when they were. And the other question I got, y'all not gonna tell me anyway, but is our lawyer getting full rate off somebody off of this 12 million? Or even if our engineer getting money off of this 12 million? Y'all keep talking about, we've been on here 15 months. We had a mayor been here 12 years. The city council, that's the mayor now, for 4 years. And engineer, the lawyer, the last 40 years. So y'all never brought this proposal up on the councils?
Yes, sir. The previous council authorized the evaluation in 2018, and we came up with an estimate before this council took office to show the same street improvements and a similar cost.
You know what I'm saying? That, but this is the first time I heard of 12 million, 20 million. It just doesn't make common sense. We ready to run and go for our money.
There may be misunderstanding, but the council authorized application for, a bond issue at 20 million a year.
I still want part of that.
It was a year ago, it was in April of 2019.
Mr. Young. Hi, guys, Tracy Young. So I do remember the last time they did overlay, and we called it NASCAR, because it was so, the roads were so slick, because when they did the overlay, you could do 40 miles an hour through a park, you know, and by a park, and when you realize you're going that fast. However, what I do notice is that after about 3 or 4 years, you start getting the roller coaster effect. And that's from the trees, if I'm not mistaken, that keep sucking moisture out, and these roads start to dip. Are we still a tree city? We're still a tree city. I urge y'all to remove that. However, because I have an oak tree that is sucking the life out of my driveway, and I can't cut it. It is no more than 15 inches long, wide, and it's an oak tree. My brother, God bless his soul, who's kind of corner where the bank is, he tried the same thing, and he said, you can't cut them down. And he said, why not? He said, well, if you do, you get a fine. He said, how much? 125 a tree. They disappeared. And he got a fine. He said, well, it doesn't do anything. The being a tree city, except hurt our roads, unless I'm wrong, Tomato, and you may be able to elaborate on that. You know, and I urge the city council to even look at that. I know it's kind of off topic, but it's very on topic, because it seems like every 20 years, we're replacing roads. And I understand we are road, it seems like it's just a timeline, and that's where we gotta go with it. And as a citizen, I'm okay with it. I'm really okay with it. However, we gotta figure out what's causing further damage. And I think we need to eliminate this tree city. I mean, and there's no state, I was looking it up, there's no state ordinance about cutting an oak tree. There's none. And so, go ahead, maybe you can correct me, but according to what I saw.
Well, when it comes down to certain trees that you can't cut, period, until you get permission from wildlife, and I know it's from the forest commission, whoever they call themselves. Just give you an idea. A while back, we done Shady Oak Park. So you remember Shady Oak? Okay, well, guess what? We had one of our quote-unquote tree people went there and cut all the trees down, put exit on each one of the trees. Now, I think he was on council at that time. Guy came over here, I don't know if he had a shotgun or what. Told us for every tree, every exit you put, you take it off. Okay? Nobody touches those trees. So, I don't know what you read, but believe you me, this council been under the thumb of that for a long time. They tell us what to do. You cannot cut, if I'm not mistaken, a live oak or what have you. I don't know which one it is, Louisiana tree. You don't cut those. Now, unless there's situations where it has to be cut, and then if I'm not mistaken, you pay to plant one or whatever. I'm not sure. But I'm gonna tell you, Mr. Young, I agree with you for one. But one of the things that really tore up the City of Crowley was utilities going cut, not even a year into the streets. Okay? All of a sudden they came back, instead of putting what we wanted to. You remember that? We passed an ordinance where they had to put a certain type of concrete, whatever it was. Hey man, that didn't happen. So I agree with you with the trees, but if you ride, when you mentioned the roller coaster, I thought you were talking about all the work that's been done in the streets. They leave them wide open. They got one on First Street right now, passed by the other day. And I've been passing by for over a week on the ceiling.
The hole is still open.
Well, they have a little hang around it, but I mean, that still don't stop. Look what happened on First Street. I mean, the bottom line here is this. I am not in no way trying to say that this is a bad idea. In fact, I'm all for it. But before I give it okay, this is just Vernon Step Martin speaking. Before it goes on record that Vernon Step Martin said, hey, let's go spend that $20 million on the roads, I want our citizens to tell us, you got my permission to say that. Okay? That's all I'm saying. Let's bring it in front of people. If people say yes, hey, let's do it. But I know it has to be done, Jim. I know it has to be done. You know, whether they say now or later, but it's just the idea. I mean, $20 million is a large horse in the city of Crowley. So I would say this right here. I understand the people with numbers about to come up here and talk. Hey man, I'm gonna listen to you all day. But you're not my boss. My boss is my constituents in the city of Crowley. So I will tell you this right here. I'm all for an overlay. I'm hoping that it works out. But I'm just one vote and just one opinion. You know, if it comes out where the people come here and say we don't want it, let's get rid of the blighted property. Let's get rid of the police department. Clean up the city. Okay? I think that goes a lot further than the streets. Okay? I don't know this, but I would say this to you. If the people come right now and say, hey, y'all go ahead and do that, y'all got my permission, we work for them. So, that's just me.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Thank you, Mr. Young. Okay, so we have a motion on the table, and I guess I'll read a resolution approving the scope of the citywide street improvements project as prepared and presented by the city engineer, Charles T. Major Engineering Incorporated, in an exhibit entitled 2020 Citywide Street Improvements for the City of Crowley, dated March 2020, and authorizing Major Engineering Incorporated to proceed with the preparation of construction plans and specifications for the approved project. That's what we have on here. And then after we vote on that, then we'll discuss moving it to the revenue finance. So do we have any more discussion on this resolution? Mr. Mark.
Can somebody give me this in layman's terms? Because I'm reading that, unless I'm wrong. That's why I like to have clarity. It says that we are approving the project. Are we approving just the specs of it, Jim?
What we're asking you to do is authorize the planning.
Just the plan.
Right.
Not approving the project, just the plan.
Well, you don't want to authorize the planning unless you're ready to authorize the funding, and you're going to do it.
All right, thank you.
And this is just to move it to full council.
Yes.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carried, and now I'd like to temporarily recess Public Works Committee and move the action item number 1 to the Revenue and Finance Committee for consideration as an action item. And I so move. Byron, second. Any discussion on this matter?
Point of order.
Yes, sir.
Point of order. Okay, we've been on this thing for what now? A whole lot. Correct? Right about now. By moving this to the full council, we started the revolution all over. Well, the good thing about it is that it'd be an official meeting, so people that can come. Know what you gotta do, you gotta get me. Thank you.
Any more discussion on temporarily recessing the Public Works Committee and moving action item number 1 to the Revenue and Finance Committee for consideration as an action item? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? The Public Works Committee recess. Temporary.
Thank you, Mr. Crater. We will now open revenue and finance. Whenever that is done, we will reconvene public works.
Thank you.
Sir. Mr. Cabell.
Revenue and Finance Committee convenes, all present before we have a quorum. Under action items, as stated, the number 1 has already been voted on under the Public Works Committee. That does not need to be voted on again, correct? Just done number 2. A resolution authorizing the City of Crowley, Louisiana, to incur debt and to borrow from the Louisiana Local Government Environmental Facilities Community Development Authority an amount not to exceed $20 million to mature not later than 20 years from the date of issuance in one or more series at a rate or rates not exceeding 7% per annum for the purpose of financing the cost of construction, additions, acquisitions, repairs, and/or expansions needed for citywide street improvements, including drainage, and to pay costs of issuance of bonds authorizing preparation and distribution of preliminary official statement and of the official statement, and authorizing the form and execution of the bond purchase agreement, authorizing employment of a financial advisor, and providing for other matters in conjunction with the foregoing, and I so move. Do I have a second?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, the motion has failed to get a second.
Sir.
The Revenue Finance Committee recess. Mr. Mayor, if I may, may I reconvene?
Yes.
Revenue Finance Committee would like to convene. I would like to recognize the people that came to speak, just to give them the privilege. They came this way, the respect that they so deserve. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Up, the gentleman that is up there is Mr. Jay Delafield. He will introduce himself as well and title and everything. Thank you, Mr. Jay.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Jay Delafield. I'm a bond lawyer from Lake Charles. I was asked to represent the City of Crowley, which I do currently, in December of 2018. And with that representation, I took your proposed transaction to the Louisiana Community Development Authority, which approved the transaction in January of 2019. After that, I took it to the Louisiana State Bond Commission with all the financial documents appended to the application. It was approved by the Louisiana State Bond Commission in April of 2019. And since that point in time, we have been waiting for your engineer, Mr. Mayor, to complete his studies and to propose this transaction. At first, we were talking about essentially using some of your fund balance in your infrastructure fund for purposes of funding the costs of drainage, and thereafter using bond proceeds for costs of overlay of your streets. As a result of consultations with both Sean Toops, who is here with government consultants, as well as Whitney Laird, who is with Stifel Nicholas, it was decided by your city to go forward with the whole transaction of $20 million, but to utilize the benefit that you have of your infrastructure funds for purposes of getting a rating on your bonds. So as a result of that, what we decided to do is basically reconfigure the transaction as one that would be basically both streets and drainage in one transaction and one issuance of bonds at $20 million. I didn't select the cost of your transaction. That is something that is an engineering concept that basically what we have to do is we rely on your engineering firm in order to complete a study to show us exactly how much you basically need to borrow. And because of the regulations of the Securities Exchange Commission adopted in September 2013, I can't talk to you about numbers. I have to have your financial folks come up here and talk to you about numbers. I'm not a registered municipal advisor. Sean Toops is. And he would like to address you as soon as I, have enough said and sit down. But ultimately, after Sean Toops talks to you, Whitney Laird with Stifel Nicholas can talk to you about the actual cost of what is out there by way of what your opportunities are in the bond market. So if you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to address them now. I can only address the legal issues that are confronting you with respect to issuance of bonds. So what I will do is I'll sit down and let Sean Toops talk to you, and then Whitney Laird talk to you. If you didn't have any legal questions following their presentation, I'll be happy to address them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delafield. Next, Mr. Sean Toops.
Yes, good evening. My name is Sean Toops with Government Consultants. We are an independent registered municipal advisory firm. And as Jim said, Whitney Laird's here with Stifel Nicholas. They're an investment banking underwriting firm. A lot of what I say is probably some of the same things Whitney has to say, so I'll ask her to interrupt me if she has anything to add as I'm speaking, and I'll try not to take too much of your time. First, I want to say, as Jay indicated, we didn't come up with the number, so the number was given and said, we were asked to come in and look at if the city was to do this drainage and road project, what's the most efficient, low cost, most attractive way to borrow the money to do such. I think it was Mr. Martin indicated that you're absolutely right. We don't decide whether you borrow or not. That's you guys' call. Our job is strictly to advise you on what's the best way to do it. You don't have to take our recommendation. You can do whatever you want because you guys are the ones that have to ultimately make a decision, and you answer to your constituents. So I couldn't agree with you more. But when we were asked to come up with the most efficient way to do this, we started looking at it, and as Jay indicated originally, there was some thought that maybe you do the drainage first, use the infrastructure funds, and then come in and borrow for the streets program. The issue you have with that is you certainly can do it that way. It gets a little more expensive, and the reason is we've all been to the bank to try to buy a house or a car or something. The bank's always willing to loan you money when you got money. They don't want to loan you money if you don't have money. So to use all your infrastructure funds and then go try to borrow, it's going to, just by nature, drive your rating down and thus drive your cost up. The other factor was, as we started getting into this, and somebody alluded to it earlier, we have seen rates just, it's kind of incredible where they've dropped to. Every time we say we think we're at the bottom of the rate cycle, they seem to drop even lower. I had a conversation with some folks this morning. Of course, most of it has to do with the issues related to the coronavirus and the economic impact that's having because of the supply coming out of China and, quite frankly, the demand coming out of China. But what we're seeing is that the Fed took emergency action yesterday. It's something they hadn't done since the 07-08 crisis. They dropped Fed funds rate. We're at the point now where if we're not at the bottom of the tax-exempt municipal market, we've got to be pretty close because what we're seeing now is investors. We had some folks selling bonds today that they were kind of scrambling because what's happening is investors have finally got to the point where they're saying, here's our rates. We can't go any lower than that. If the rates are any lower than that, we're just going to leave our money in cash because we're not earning enough to justify putting our money in an investment. So literally we're seeing rates at such a low rate. So when we were asked to come in and look at this financing, that was some of the things we considered. I just wanted to make sure to paint that picture for you. We did get it, and I think you have the spreadsheets there that kind of show the numbers. Again, it still will take a little bit of time to sell the bonds, so rates will move every day. Where they're going to be when we sell bonds, we don't know, but that would come back to you to see where the rates are. We wouldn't go to the market, though, until you're comfortable that you do want to move forward issuing debt. But as you can see from those numbers that we utilize funds from the sales tax that comes in for infrastructure to repay the bonds, but it still, and utilizes some of those monies to do some of the project. It's obviously the cost of the project is more than $20 million, the cost of the three projects, the 2 streets and the drainage. But it does still keep you with a fairly healthy fund balance. I don't think it drops down below about $4 million, which, again, is a good sized number, but in the event that there were some infrastructure emergencies or additional needs that would need to be funded, which we all expect there would be, you would have money to do it. I made a comment to someone earlier that if there's one thing we've learned in South Louisiana over the last 15, 20 years is that there are going to be times when you're going to need some emergency funds. So we certainly don't want to drain that fund down to zero. Someone asked us throughout the process whether we could fund it over 15 years. You probably could. The rating agencies would probably take a critical look at you, but it would also drain your fund balance down an infrastructure fund. It may actually put it in negative, so you may not be able to borrow over $20 million. But we do have some flexibility built into this that if you were to borrow this, that if sales tax started to grow and you built that infrastructure balance, you would have some ability to prepay by that 15-year mark. So there's still some flexibility built in there. Again, I know you're getting a lot tonight, and we're happy to answer any questions related to the numbers. We're just trying to present to you kind of if you're going to borrow and move this project forward, which sounds like it's a needed project, what's the most efficient way to do it, and we think we've got that in front of you.
Mr. Martin?
Okay.
You want to say who you with again?
I'm with Government Consultants, registered municipal advisory firm. I think you know some of my co-workers.
Yeah, Gordon and Haley and you?
Yep.
Didn't tell you to look out?
They may have given me a heads up. That may be why they're not here.
Well, to say this. Without a doubt, this is one of the more reputable government agencies that there is. I mean, I believe in what y'all do, because me and God, we served together on the elevator start off with. And we done a lot of things together. You know, with civilians, God bless his soul, his daughter took over, and that's an honorable thing. I just want to make it clear for myself, I'm all for this, but I just want to get permission to do it. You understand what I'm saying? I don't know how the rest of the council feels, but I want to make sure that my constituents can yes, go ahead and do this. Okay? But I just want to reiterate the fact that $20 million is a lot of money, but doing this type of work is not a lot. But when you go to someone and tell them, hey, guess what, the council just gave $20 million to do the roads, and they walk outside, and there's nothing wrong with their road in front of them, where is it going?
Absolutely.
You know, they're not looking at the other roads in the city. But I just wanted to let you know, as far as myself, I am not against it. I just need permission to give my, thank you.
And, sorry. I was just going to say, again, I want to reiterate that we agree with you 100%. And we all, the one thing you've got with this whole group here is we all live here in South Louisiana. We all want to do business in South Louisiana for a long time. So we never want to work with a client where we're doing something that the constituents don't want to do, because obviously that's in all of our best interests.
I know you got a reputation. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Ms. Stringfellow?
Thank you, Chair. Is that, on the resolution, it says 7%?
Yeah.
How is that on this?
It's not.
Okay.
The resolution, and Jay was going to jump up, but I'll take a shot at it. He can slap me if I'm wrong. The initial resolution authorizing, it has to be a not to exceed number. When we go to the bond commission, they want us to get a not to exceed number, and they make us run some numbers at that. And the reason we put it kind of high is because that happened 6 months ago. Who knows where rates are going to be by the time you issue? You could have decided rates going to be up and you only issue $5 million, but we may need that. So we matched that same resolution. I will tell you the numbers you have there. The interest rate's right about 3%. So it's right. We wouldn't quite give that number, but it's right about 3%. And that's kind of where rates are right now.
Also, in case it's missed, at the time of the bond sale, if the interest rates are higher, then you can take it, and you just don't authorize the bond sale. So you're not agreeing to 7%.
Yeah. And I'll also add, I don't think Mr. Mayor indicated, but he was nice to put some of these numbers together. We think those numbers are pretty conservative, both on the debt side, and also we used a number of about 1.2 million on the infrastructure tax side. I think your current year, you're actually collecting about 1.46 or so. So there's really a little bit of cushion in there in terms of, you know, we want to make sure the numbers we show the rating agencies in the market are conservative, because we don't want it to be we don't want it to be tight on your side. We want to make sure there's cushion there. So we also think that's a pretty conservative look there, which leaves you in a pretty good position. It also does not include any interest earnings. I mean, you're talking about an infrastructure fund balance that probably averages a little less than $5 million over 20 years. I mean, even if you assume you only earn 1%, that's $1 million. Additional $1 million that would be in the infrastructure fund at the end of the cycle of this program. Plus, you're earning some money on the bond fund, and it's sitting there, not a lot, obviously, because rates are so low, but there'll be a little bit there. So I just wanted to know all those things for you guys.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Chairman, I don't know whether, Whitney, if you wanted to get up yet, but I'd like an opportunity to explain this very I'd like the opportunity to explain what to look for here. I know you're going to need time for this. It's the time to do it. It's going to take time to do it. Whitney, did you want to say anything before you?
Whitney Laird, Steeple Nicholas. I serve as the underwriter, so I work hand in hand with Sean and Jay. What I do is I canvass the market. Once we, get the rating on the bonds, I could have up to, 50 investors come in and buy it. So that's how I drive down the rate. It's kind of an auction, if you will. Who wants to come in? We have a lot of insurance companies, some retail, different banks that come in. So that's kind of the difference between Sean and I. We work hand in hand, but I'll actually purchase the bonds from you guys, or from LCDA, even though you guys are the borrower, and help work with counsel on preparing the official statements as our marketing document. So I'll answer any questions you have to.
Mr. Crater?
So, I guess last council meeting, we were told that we're looking at maybe borrowing $5.2 million to turf the fields at Miller Stadium and the recreation department and everything. And so if we do go into this $21,625,000 loan, how's that gonna affect our ability to borrow money for turfing all of these fields that we've been talking about, maybe being a revenue generating?
I think I can address that question. The issue is whether you will bond to essentially finance the acquisition of the artificial turf to put on those 9 ball fields, but rather it's recommended that you lease the acquisition of those ball fields. We're currently dealing, Tom and I have been dealing with a lawyer who represents Geoservices to give us an opinion that those ball fields, as installed, are actually movable, such that they can be picked up and moved from location to location. We will rely upon that opinion in order to get you a lease. That lease will have 2 provisions in it. One is a non-appropriation lease, and that is if your monies don't materialize as a result of use of those ball fields, you do not appropriate and pay the lease, and they'll come pick up the turf and move it on to some other location. I know that sounds funny, and Tom and I went to school together, and we have never heard of anything like that either. So we required Geoservices to provide a lawyer to give us the opinion to the City of Crowley to say that the fields are actually movable. So that being the case, if we have a non-appropriations provision in the lease and also an anti-substitution provision in the lease, we will be able to have the lease signed. I will sign a tax-exempt opinion to Geoservices, which will actually finance the acquisition and installation of those fields. But we will not have to go to the bond commission, and you will simply sign a lease. And if the lease generates the income that you expect to receive, you pay the lease on a semi-annual basis, and everything works out. That's currently, so it would not be any more bond situation.
Well, if y'all are that good, can we lease the roads that we
I'm trying to opinion that they can move.
If somebody would give that opinion, we gotta wait for roll call.
Mr. Martin?
You just said that field. Did you know that they can come steal your fields? Well, you see what they're saying. Well, no, I just want to ask you. The guy, he's our representative. Yeah. All right. Did you know that these people that's coming at the time, we don't pay the bill, they can come take your field?
I'm assuming that when you lease, borrow money, funds for anything that you're acquiring, yes, they can come and pick it up. It's
That's something new to me. Okay, I just want to make sure that you was in the loop with that. Thank you.
Mr. Maynard, you had anything?
Yeah, I'd like to just quickly, I know it's late, but I want to go over this spreadsheet because I'm hoping that you'll all absorb it. If you look at page 1, page 2, and the last page, those columns just continue on those pages. So I'm just going to look at page 1 as I make this presentation. In the far left column is a month-by-month charting of your cash position and your infrastructure fund balance, which is on the far right. So the date's on the far left column, the infrastructure fund balance is on the far right column. So as we go through each project, the drainage project is right next to the date column, then street improvements contract A is next from the left, reading from date, drainage, contract A, and contract B. And then I have a column that tracks the total project cost of all three, so you get an idea of how much money is being spent over this period of time. And you'll see a column there, 2020 bonds payments, and that's showing principal and interest that needs to be paid semi-annually on the bonds. And then the 2020 bond trust fund balance is the column second from the right, and that's tracking. If you have $21,625,000 deposited at the time you begin the loan, then you begin to use those funds and you actually expend them about 2 years from now. What all this spreadsheet does is it affects that far right column. That far right column
you can see the question was asked a little while ago, what's the current fund balance, infrastructure fund balance? And I can't tell you what the current one is, but as of January 31st, and really in the month of January 2020, we use a fund balance of 7.9 million. And it's likely more than that. And what we've done is we've taken that fund balance and we've used what we believe is a nominal inflation rate of 1.5%. And so over the course of a year, that contribution to the infrastructure fund balance, which somebody mentioned a while ago, we were using $1.2 million as the annual number that we devote to this spreadsheet. That $1.2 million is going up 1.5% every year, and that's, of course, it's compounding. Every year we're seeing that inflation would drive that number up. What I hope you look at first and foremost is that far right column. You can see that fund balance, $7.9 million, is going to increase until we start incurring costs. And those costs are going to come from drainage improvements. You can see we show month by month partial payment estimates as that project is unfolding. And eventually that project ends. You can also see that what we want to do is start the design and then eventually construction of contract A. We're putting those activities in a time frame anywhere from March or April all the way till September of 2021. Those numbers under drainage column, under contract A column, contract B column, and under the 2020 bond payments, principal and interest, they all operate on that far right column. So as you look down that far right column, you turn the page, you can see that number is fluctuating depending on the cost over that time period. You can see in yellow is where that fund balance hits the least amount ever and over this 20 years, and that's right above $4 million. So this spreadsheet is showing how the projects, how they are affected by the fund balance, how they're affected by expenditures along the way, and the infrastructure fund balance in this evaluation would never get under $4 million. Of course, it's all paid up by flip the page, December of 2041. We've stopped having principal and interest payments and construction and so forth, so that fund balance has actually begun to increase now to almost $7 million. That's a quick, short course. If you have any questions now, I'd be glad to answer them. If you have any questions at any time between now and whenever it comes time to make a hard decision, you can always pick up the phone and call me.
What is the revenue source for the bond payments? Where is that going to come from for the city?
It comes out of the fund balance until we get the deposit of the bonds. And then once we get the deposit of the bonds, we start using bond money to pay for the projects, and we're taking fund balance money to pay principal and interest. And eventually, if we run out of bond money, we're using infrastructure fund balance to pay the principal and interest.
And your sales tax revenue.
Right, so this is being funded through sales tax revenue in addition to what's here.
Yes, sir, your funds are all created by the fact that you're a tax vote. Revenue fund is created by the tax that remitted is in sales tax and use tax of the school boards.
Anybody else? I also want to say that for the 24 months, I believe I'm correct, that we have the balance of the bond, that the interest earned is not accounted for in the far right column either.
That's correct.
So you start with nearly 7, 9, you ended up with 7 after 20 years, and you spent $21, $22 million. Not bad use of borrowed money. And you got big roads. Would it behoove the council, the committee, at this time to read the resolution in motion for a second? A resolution authorizing the City of Crowley, Louisiana, to incur debt to borrow Louisiana local government Environmental Facilities Community Development Authority, an amount not to exceed $20 million, and to mature not later than 20 years from the date of issuance, and one or more series at a rate not to exceed 7% per annum for the purpose of financing the cost of construction additions, acquisitions, repairs, and/or expansions needed for the city's streetwide improvements, including drainage, and to pay costs of issuance of the bonds, authorizing preparation and distribution of the preliminary official statement, and the official statement authorizing the form of and execution of the bond purchase agreement, authorizing employment of a financial advisor, and providing for the matters in connection with the foregoing. I so move. Do I have a second? Still no second. Thank you. Revenue Finance Committee recess.
Keep it open, and Mr. Bob Carter will see it.
Okay, I'll keep Revenue Finance order for discussion item. Mr. Rob Carter of Kohler Slavin and Company presenting the audit exit report. Mr. Carter.
Can we have a point of order, please?
Thank you all for having me here tonight.
Excuse me, Mr. Carter. Mr. Martin.
With all due respect, we still have some department heads that are here, not to cut you off. We have, how many department heads we have left?
Okay, is it a question or point of order, Mr. Martin?
Yeah, just point of order. I would like to inject that department heads go ahead and give their reports, so that way if there's any questions we have, we can delay and get to the bottom of it instead of trying to rush it to make sure that they have adequate time. But just point of order, just.
Your committee is still in session.
Yeah.
Mr. Carter, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Thank you all for having me here tonight. We'll go over the audit presentation for the year ending August 31st, 2019. In front of you, I've placed a large blue packet in front of each of you and a small white packet. Tonight, we're going to go over the small white packet. The large blue packet has a lot of financial data, notes, et cetera, in it that may not be pertinent for this meeting. As always, I know you guys are just getting this, so I'm happy to meet with any of you as a group individually to go over the details should you have questions. What I did in the white packet this year is we're going to go maybe a little bit more detailed than we have in the past. The first page is a summary of information. There's some reports in this packet that you guys should be aware of as council members, and then we're going to look at some summary financial data, and we'll spend a little bit of time on that and maybe answer some questions you guys might have. The most important report in this packet can be found on page 1 through 3 of the big blue packet, and I've also included that in this white packet. That's our independent auditor report. There's some items you should be aware of in this audit report, that ultimately management is responsible for the financial statements as they are presented. Our responsibility as auditors is to express an opinion on the audited financial statements. We express that opinion, and it's an opinion paragraph, and it's on the top of page 2. You guys receive what's called an unmodified opinion. Unmodified is what's considered the best opinion you can get on your audited financial statements. In order to receive an unmodified opinion, you guys have to have your financial statements presented in accordance with generally accepted accounting principles. And the main reason for that is that the gentlemen that you just spoke to, bond rating agencies, federal grantors, can use these financial statements. They can compare them to Church Point, they can compare them to Lafayette Parish government, and they can get the same data out of this information. So it has to be consistent. So you guys did receive an unmodified opinion. If your opinion was other than unmodified, we would be saying that there's something wrong with these financial statements, and we have to make the reader aware of that. So we did not find anything along those lines. The next report you guys should be aware of is on page 121 and 122 in the big blue packet, but I've also included it in the small white packet. This is an independent auditor's report on internal control. To summarize this report, some things you guys should be aware of is we consider the city's internal controls only to determine the extent of our procedures that we'll do during our testing. Our consideration is not designed to express an opinion on your internal controls. The reason there is no opinion on your internal controls is because each entity has their own individual controls that function for them. Or it may work for the City of Crowley, it may not work for the City of Church Point or another small municipality. So we don't issue an opinion on the internal controls. And also, due to the limited extent of internal control procedures, there may be some deficiencies in internal control, including fraud or abuse, that may not be detected. Our procedures did detect some findings this year, and they can be found on page 123 through 128. And I will go over those and answer any questions you guys may have. First finding, 2019-001, application of generally accepted accounting principles. Basically, professional accounting standards require that you have somebody on staff, if you have an audit, that has the experience and expertise to basically draft these financial statements and related notes, and we should be able to walk in day one and say, this is good, or we tested it, or we should make this change. Currently, you do not have that person on staff. I would say 80 to 90% of the governments that we audit receive the same finding, so it's a very common finding. The only way around that is to hire that person and put them on staff, or hire an outside consultant to come in and function in that capacity to review the financial statements, to propose and adjust any journal entries before we come in. So to get rid of that finding, that would be two of your options there. The next item, 2019-002, financial records and reconciliations. This finding initially occurred in 2018. The City of Crowley failed to adequately reconcile interfund transactions and bank statements a year in. Due to the significant material risk that resulted from this, we had to issue a finding. It is a repeat finding, and the corrective action to be found are all on the bottom of that same page. The City of Crowley plans to hire a CPA consultant to assist employees in review reconciliations and on a monthly basis. So this process has been in the works for almost a year now. We're finally getting to where management has decided that it's probably in the best interest to have somebody come in at least monthly and take care of that function. This will also result in the first finding possibly going away. So you can knock out potentially two findings just by making that change. The next finding, 2019-003, a budget noncompliance. This initially occurred in 2017. Louisiana statute require that if your general fund budgeted expenditures exceed by more than 5% your actual expenditures, vice versa, or your revenues fall short by 5%, in your general fund or special revenue funds, then it's technically a violation of state law. In this case, we had a violation in the general fund, and we had a violation in your sales tax fund. The response to that is that Mayor Tim Monso will periodically compare budget to actual amounts and ensure that the budget is amended accordingly. The last finding we have for this year, 2019-004, debt covenant noncompliance. As part of your debt covenants, you're required to transfer a certain amount of monies into a sinking fund, and that is set by the bond covenant. If you do not transfer those timely, it's technically a violation of the bond covenant. This year we had 2 or 3 that were transferred late, and to rectify that under the management's corrective action plan, they've actually put procedures in place where the accounts payable clerk was responsible for monitoring that, making sure that the transactions are done timely, and this will allow that to be reviewed by somebody regularly. So you have basically double checks there. The next page, 2 pages of the prior year findings. You did have 5 findings the prior year. This year you're down to 4 findings. Is there any questions on those findings?
You could expand on the 2019-004. What was it that actually caused that finding?
To be 5% total on your expenditures across all funds. The larger funds were
004. Debt covenant non-compliance.
What caused that?
Yes.
Was the not transferring the funds to the.
What funds are you speaking of?
You have, in your sewer user fund, you have X amount of funds that are required. It might be in your general operating cash account. Required by bond ordinance to move them down into a restricted account. That restricted account can basically only be used to pay down bonds or capital expenditures. Normally it's used to pay bonds. So they basically set it up where you're transferring the money in there so they know that you get paid when it's not being paid.
Mr. Carter, on the recommendations that you make, so as an auditor, you see something and make a recommendation, But do you go into recommending what the corrective action should be, or you leave it totally up to the city administration?
It depends on the finding. We generally convey what we've seen elsewhere and how it works there, and if it's a good policy and procedure that would fit in here, then we'll throw that out there. If they choose to do it or they have a better procedure, sometimes they'll call us and we'll say, yeah, that will work better, that will work better, that particular finding. So it goes both ways.
Anybody else?
You mentioned the 5% range. Is that collectively all the departments put together, or is that in one particular department that could be 5% over versus, the overall city is at 2, now it's at 7? Is it a wash? How's that work?
Generally, it's the expenditures in total, but we did determine this year that it could actually be the police department itself could be singled out because the chief of police is an elected official. But that is the only department that can be pulled out that we're aware of.
Ms. Stringfellow?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming tonight. Is it your opinion that it would be good for a city to be debt-free overall? Like, would that be a good goal to move toward?
Yeah, I called on that earlier. I would say the size of the city would help dictate that. I can see it in some of our smaller municipalities with minimal infrastructure, be able to accomplish that. Your revenue base is not increasing. So in my opinion, if you want to make these improvements, you really only have one choice.
But that would be a good goal, though, to try to
Absolutely.
attain.
It would be. Is it kind of pie in the sky? Yeah. It's possible. I can see that. I'm debt adverse. I mentioned that before. But sometimes you only have one choice. For large projects, that's usually the only choice.
Thank you.
And just to kind of echo on the fund balance, we'll look at the fund balances here in a second. You have managed to away quite a nice fund balance, and that fund continues to grow. So you do have a good base. It is earning very well in the investments it's in right now. And I haven't seen the analysis, but it all makes sense.
Thank you.
Any more questions on the funds? I'm going to ask that you guys turn all the way. It's going to be page 10 on the bottom, a couple pages back. Generally, what we do is we give you a spreadsheet that shows the city as a whole, kind of how you did as a city as a whole. But this year, I want to break it out for you guys, so you guys can see how your governmental funds and your proprietary funds operate. There is some confusion on proprietary funds and governmental funds because they do operate differently. On page 10 and 11, that's the balance sheet of your governmental funds. Your main governmental fund is your general fund. There is no restrictions on the use of that fund. You can use it as the council sees fit. The other funds, the major funds, are your sales tax funds, which is all generated by sales tax revenues. These funds are restricted as to what you can use these funds for. And then you have some small other governmental funds. If you look at the far right column on page 11, you can see the totals of all your governmental funds combined there. Your total assets were roughly 14 million, 13.8 million. Your liabilities were about 1.1 million, and your second to last line there is your fund balance. That's 12,697,000. You do have to remember that of that 12,697,000, most of that is restricted. Over 10 million is restricted, almost 11 million. So you have to use that based on what the statutes say you have to use that for. The only unrestricted portion is on your general fund. So if you go back to page 10, you can see your general fund is your first column there. You have total fund balance unrestricted of about 1.7 million in your fund balance or your general fund. The other funds, again, very healthy, but as we'll see in a second, the general fund took a pretty good dip this year, and I'll kind of discuss why that happened this year, so you don't have to worry about that. If you flip to page 14, we have the same funds that we just talked about, your governmental funds. General and sales tax funds, again, your major funds. These funds, again, generate revenues primarily from taxes. That's how it generates some fees, some intergovernmental revenues, which are grants. And that's where most of your expenditures go also. If you look at the page 15, the far right column, Your total revenues are $12,891,435. What we saw this year is you did see a decrease in your sales tax this year, almost $300,000 compared to the year before. So we saw a drop in your sales tax. You guys received approximately $1.3 million less in grant proceeds this year. But you were able to, your investments, as I said, did very well. You made almost $500,000 on your investments. So that's a very good plus. So your overall revenues were probably down by about $1.2 million from the prior year. Continuing down the page, almost middle of the page, your total expenditures, $12,918,625. Your expenditures decreased all by about $300,000. So you did cut in certain areas. Most of that was in capital outlay. The bigger decrease that we saw, we had a firefighter grant last year where there was a lot of apparatus that were bought and passed out to the other municipalities. That decreased your capital outlay funds. Across the board in the other areas, though, we saw small increases. General government, public safety, public works, economic development, small increases in all different categories there. But still a decrease in your expenditures. So your excess and deficiency, this is all your governmental fund as a whole, was about $27,000. You basically lost $27,000. Continue down the page, you have some changes in transfers in, proceeds from sales of fixed assets. That was about $133,000. So if I'm looking at your governmental fund as a whole, the third line from the bottom, you guys had a profit of about $105,000. Your governmental funds are pretty close to cash basis. So that's a true number. So that's how your governmental funds work. Not the best case scenario. If you go back to your general fund, page 14, third line from the bottom, you actually decreased your fund balance by about $763,000. We'll talk a little bit more about the fund balance again because it's important. Your general fund really can't afford to take hits like that. So it's pretty substantial. And there's a couple of culprits for that, and I'll hit on those in just a second because it's actually the proprietary funds that's causing some of that, which is your business type funds. Are there any questions on those funds? We'll go to the proprietary type fund, which is on page 18. These funds, as you can tell by the description at the top, is a business type activity. The main proprietary fund is your sewer fund. We'll talk about that in detail here. This again is your balance sheet. Your current assets, unrestricted cash, was $399,344.34. Your unrestricted cash decreased by about $175,000. So basically, your unrestricted cash went down this year. The other items on that page is your capital assets, which is basically the system. That's your largest asset. We'll skip the deferred inflows and outflows because that's more confusing than depreciation. And we'll flip to the next page, which is your current liabilities. Okay, your liabilities, this is basically what you owe. You owe current liabilities of $1,073,930. Non-current liabilities, $3,482,370. You actually decrease your liabilities because your largest liability is your bond. So you pay down your bond debt, decrease your liabilities. Very last section on there is your net position. If you look at that, you have investment capital assets, which is basically your assets less your debt. Restricted for debt service, which is basically the cash that you have to restrict for your debt payments. And then what is left over is a negative number, which is also not a good sign. We don't want a negative any number on this particular page. We're down to negative 904. So once again, your sewer fund continues to decrease. On the next page, page 20, this is something that some of you have seen before and have looked at. This is your statement of operations or your income statement for those same two funds. Your business type activities again. Total operating revenues, $1,503,560. Your operating revenues actually decreased by about $100,000 this year. Operating revenues, just from looking at it, less usage, less consumers. That's basically it. So that number is probably more accurate than what we've seen in the past. Continuing down the page, total operating expenses, what it costs to operate the system, $2,421,827. Of that, you have about 1.1 million in depreciation, but you still had an operating loss of almost $1 million, 918,000, which is up about 264,000, or down 264,000 from the year before. So again, this one took a dive again this year. You do have some other non-operating revenues, which is good. You have a tax revenue, which is the bulk of that. Total non-operating revenues is 209,000 roughly. That gives you a loss before transfers of 709,000, and a total change in position of 822,988 loss. So negative. We talked about the decrease in the fund balance of your general fund. I just want you to look at the governmental column there, which is right next to that. Fourth or fifth line from the bottom, your loss before capital contributions and transfers in your internal service fund. That's your self-insurance fund. This is the second year in a row you're having to fund that from your general fund. So when you have a loss in your internal service fund, you have to come from your general fund to fund it. It's the only place you can fund it. So premiums aren't covering costs in those particular funds. We did talk about that in detail. They've already taken steps to try to rectify that. But that's something that probably needs to be addressed, because that is your draw on your general fund right now. You're having to fund your internal service funds. Is there any questions on that particular page? If there's no questions on those, I'm going to ask you guys to go to the very last two pages. There's some graphs there. And we just use this for analysis purpose only, because we've been talking about the general fund balance. As a rule of thumb, when we look at a municipality, we like to see 3 to 6 months operating expenses in your fund balance available to spend. That tells us your health. Looking just at the general fund, if you look at the unassigned fund balance, which is the red column, this is starting in 2015 going up to 2019, from left to right. Your unassigned fund balance, which you saw already, was $1,714,705. To run your general fund for 3 months only, it costs you about $2.8 million. Again, we like to see that between 3 and 6. We're going bottom line with 3. So again, that's not a pretty picture for your fund balance. The next page is your sewer user fund. Again, going right to left, 2015 to 2019. What we did was pull out some of those numbers that pension liabilities and stuff like that. They find what a true cash number. It gets you back to an unassigned fund balance of a negative $248,000. 3 months expenses, including depreciation, is $615,000. So you're negative there. Even if I pull out depreciation, 3 months operating expenses for your sewer fund is $320,000. So you still basically take current assets minus current liabilities, could not fund that fund for 3 months if revenue should stop. We know that's not the case, but it's just something you guys need to be aware of in those scenarios. Is there any questions on that? After you guys have a chance to look at it, please call me. I'll be able to meet with a few of y'all this year, and I felt it was pretty productive. So.
Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Rob.
At this time, Revenue Finance will finally recess.
We're going to come back to it. Now we'll reopen public work. Mr. Craig.
I'd like to reopen the Public Works Committee. Mr. Tim Mater, will you please continue?
Yes, sir. I have a couple of updates, no other action items. If you look on page 4 of the 90-day report, you have item B, contracts for the fiscal year 2019, 2020 materials purchases. Item C, contract for the fiscal year 19-20 equipment, general construction work. Those are just updates. I'll let you read them. We spend a lot of time here, and you can always call them. Those are basically contracts that are now in gear. They're effective on March 1st, and they last until August 31st. B on that page is the 16th Street drainage improvements. The installation of the culverts was completed yesterday. There's some dress-up work to do, and what we're going to do, if you remember, is we're going to temporarily have second creek at the bottom to keep washing, and steel for the tops to keep everybody from falling in the holes. And of course, that's going to be finished up in the drainage project. We're taking things on the project. Steps to that. That's it. Nothing further in my report to bring up. As always, I have highlighted in red, font, yellow, highlighting things that are an update in each group.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Are there any other legal items that should be addressed by the Public Works Committee? And the Public Works Committee recess.
Thank you, Mr. Prater. Thank you, Mr. Prater. We'll go now to utility. We'll go now to the utility committee. Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Tim, you want to go ahead and give your report?
Yes, sir. Okay, my report for the utility committee begins on page 13. I have an action item on page 15. This is the annual MWPP resolution for the source. And attached to the resolution is the annual audit report. We do this every year about this time. The requirement of the permit. We do momentarily, so you'll be refreshed on what it's all about. I do this handout with you so you don't have to read on your desk for stuff I handed out. The resolution is something that's required by DEQ every year, by your permit. It tells them that you are continuing to operate, maintain your system in the best way that you can. If you see in that resolution, item 1, 2, 3 are promises basically that we make every year that we're continuing to rehabilitate public leaks through an ongoing smoke testing and repair program. That's 1. 2 is you have a notification process where you find private leaks on private property that prosecute that situation so that those leaks on private property are fixed and don't contribute to the stormwater intrusion that overwhelms the system. Item 3, I'm including that for the first time because we applied for that grant through the LCDBG program. So I'm letting them know that we have stepped up our efforts towards combating infiltration infill through that application for $1.6 million in funding. Turn the page. I know it's a lot of gibberish. How we come to the rating. You'll notice on page 15 of my report, you open it up to that. You'll see a chart there. That chart is an annual rating that we do. We've been doing it since 2006, 2007. If you remember from last year, I know some of you haven't been here way back that far, but the rating, the lower it is, it's kind of like a golf score. It's better and it's lower rated. And over time, that rating is going to automatically tend to increase because they make you add a point for every year in age that your system is. But the rating we got this year is happily low. It declined to under 100, which hadn't been for a while. And I'm going to tell you, there's no question, no doubt that it's Tim Crater and his people are running that system like a top. They're doing things there that have improved our rating, and I'm going to show you in a minute the numbers that prove it out. If you'll turn to the annual audit report underneath the resolution, turn to page 5. These numbers may not mean a lot without study, but I want you to understand that the way that rating was reduced by something on the order of 50 points was by what your wastewater crew did with VOD, which is a pollutant indicator. Last year, if you see in the column on the right, I have handwritten last year's rating for the system's ability to treat VOD, which is a very important parameter for cleaning up the body that receives your wastewater. Last year, it was 20. This year, it's 10. The next item, II, last year was 5. It's 5 this year. Here's some really good news on the total spending solids. We went from 30 last year to a 0. It has to do with how often your plant exceeds your permit requirements and your system design capacity. You go to IV, it was 10 last year, it's a 0 this year. So at the bottom line of the handwritten column is 65 last year versus 15 this year. That's where you were able to improve that graph from 146 last year, 165 the year before, 169, and 1560 down to 97. So, in a sense, you kind of breathe new life into the system. And I think Tim deserves all the recognition. If you would, please consider this resolution, which is what we do every year at this time. This resolution is expected to be kept on file by DEQ. We're not going to submit it, but they expect to do an unannounced inspection, and they say, show me your MWPP resolution, and that's what they're going to talk about. Any questions on that?
Any questions? Okay, let's see, so Tim, need a motion to adopt the MWPP?
Yes, thank you. Yes, please.
All right, get a motion to adopt the MWPP resolution for the December 2018 through 2019 annual report. Offer in a second. Ready? Second. Great. All right, all in favor? Opposed, at the same, right? Motion carried.
The other item you have on your agenda, the action item 3 is my item 12, the sewer service user fee ordinance. So I'll just defer to your agenda on that. And I have nothing further.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Concerning the sewer user fee, I have been doing a little homework. Last month, I'd like to pass this out with your permission.
I'm sorry, before you get into that, you have wastewater superintendent Tim Crater.
Yeah, okay, we're about to get to him now,
I thought you wanted his report.
No, for Jim report, if anybody had any questions. For Jim. No, he had mentioned that the sewer user fee is coming up on our agenda. Okay, all right, anybody have any other questions for Jim Nathan? Thank you, Jim. All right, I'd like to call wastewater superintendent Jim Crater. I'm going to give you a round of applause. We have to let people know that when it goes down, it stays now.
We hope. Most every month I come up and say everything, it's routine. It's routine to myself, Mr. Mayor, and our staff. Let me tell you that for the month of February alone, we had 32 calls that were followed by work order. That's not included after hour calls. Hey Tim, look, I got something going on over here, go see about it. We had 114 Louisiana 811 calls, which requires us to go out and mark sewer lines over the month. From February 1, 2019 to current, we had over 450 documented work order calls. Over 1,400 Louisiana 811 calls. We do our best with what we have, and we attempt to keep the water flowing downhill, as you would refer to. Other than that, our staff does work hard. We pick up the pace when we have to. Whether they watch or not, I appreciate each one of them drastically, because without them, my job wouldn't be where it's at. They do the work. I help when I have to, when they ask. But all operates up to them. They're the guys in the trench. Anybody have any questions?
Right. Well, you notice the first question I asked about work orders. I be watching y'all. I see y'all out there, you know? But I never get a work order saying the sewer did whatever, you know? I'm wondering why not, because I see the guys out there working. They don't see me, I see y'all, okay? So when I see y'all working and I'm waiting for a flash to come up and say work order such and such, it never comes up. If y'all wondering why I was headed there, that's why I was headed. I see these guys working every day, you know? I know a bunch of them, I tell them, just tell them here and take care of it for them. Look, if we're gonna pat anybody on the back for doing a few, let's pat them on the back for doing many. That's just mine, the way I roll with it. I just want to tell you, a lot of people, man, do you ever go out there? I said, nope, the only time I go out there is when you call me. I can tell you, as long as you've been superintendent out there, I've never went out there other than when you call me. I don't know anything about chemicals. I don't want to know nothing about chemicals. And I damn sure you get into a hole with me. All right? So if there's a situation where they feel that they are being threatened or what have you, how many times I told you, if you got a problem in the district, you call me. And right now, Byron as well, because if I'm not here, he's around, or vice versa. But I just want to give you kudos, but keep doing what you're doing, and like I said, at the end of the day, a lot of people like to take, credit for granted. But I appreciate the fact that you gave it to your crew. God bless you for what you do, but stay safe. Thank you.
And I have to as well too, I'm helping me out with this month that I had. You ain't trying to do all out there, come on, I need it. When I need some help with the residents, plumbing problem and stuff like that. And I appreciate that. Just took a phone call, y'all came, and did whatever you guys do to help me out. And I appreciate that too.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
I tried to get back with you, but I was at the beach, and I saw that, this is why I said, you can have. But anyway, sometimes, you know, city, we can catch a lot of flight, people not doing what they're supposed to do. But I'm just saying, give kudos to one to get out there and hustle. Okay. Anything else to come before Tim? Anything else? Any other questions, Tim? Anything else to come before utilities? Well, I know that I got there, but as chair, I think I have the power. Well, I'm gonna bring it up. If this is what I'm thinking it is, I want to make sure it's germane to what we've been discussing for the last few months. Is it germane to the increase of the sewer user tax?
I'm sorry, answer the question again, I'm sorry.
Is this germane to what we have voted down in the past for the increase to the sewer user fee?
It is an actual recommendation was done by the council last month to bring it back to utility, which you recommended as well. And that's what we're doing.
Were there any changes?
I'm sorry. There was no changes, there was no discussion of changes.
With that being said,
I'm sorry. Yeah. That's what this is about.
Go ahead. Yeah, I'll give you the floor, sir.
Oh, thank you. So what I did, we've been seeing pie charts and different things, which was kind of confusing to me. I'm not a pie chart kind of guy, but what I did, I took Plan A, Plan B.
I'm sorry, apologize. This is an action item, so before we get ready to discussion, you need to bring it out. I'm sorry. Okay, this is an action item, which is going to require a vote and a discussion, and then we can, provide a motion, apologize. Provide a motion in a second, and then we can continue for discussion. I'm sorry. Mr. Martin?
Okay, well, I'll go ahead and read. You have one, Mr. President, ordinance to amend and reenact section 1030. Ordinance to amend and reenact section 1030, division 1.5, sewer service user fee charge. Article 2 of chapter 10 for the code ordinance for the city of Crowley to amend the sewer user fee and charges set forth herein, and to amend the reenact, to herein and reenact section 10-36, review of user fee, to provide for a committee to perform an analysis of the review and expenses, and make recommendations to repeal all ordinance or part of ordinances contrary thereto or in conflict therewith, to provide for provisions therefore to be settled, and to provide for all matters relative thereto. That's the motion.
Okay.
Okay? All right, I want to read something. Okay, let's go into the discussion of this. Yes.
Thank you. So what I did was I broke it down, the different options that were presented to the council. A couple of them were voted down. The last one that you see, Plan C, is a 20% increase. And there was some discussion about Lawco's increases over that period of time, and that increase that they had, I think they had like 3 or 4 increases, total of 15.2%, I think was the number. So this is a 20% increase, that Plan C. But as you can see, it breaks it down. What I did, I broke it down 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, all the way down to 15,000 gallons used. And Plan A, I show the monthly increase, 2,000, 3,000, all the way down to 15,000, which would be, your bill would be $149.80, and that increase would be $38.45. And then you go to Plan B, and you go all the way down to 15,000, and the monthly increases in that right column, which would be, your bill would be $142.10 at 15,000, and that's a $30.75 increase. And then Plan C, which I said is just a 20% increase across the board, and you go all the way down, your bill would be $120.96. That's a $9.61 increase. Then the far column all the way to the right, it shows what the present bill is at this time for each of those gallons used. And if you go down to the bottom, it shows Plan A, Plan B, Plan C. It's $15 for the first 2,000 gallons. We all went over all of that. And then at the very bottom, I have the current sewer user fee rate and the Lawco rate. So that's how I derive these numbers to come out with the total bill. So we can see that your present total bill for 2,000 gallons is $27.50. Under Plan A, that would be $32, and Plan B would be $30.50, and Plan C would be $29.70. So anyway, you can look at all those numbers, and you go down and you can come up with a. I think that was our biggest concern, was how much it was going to cost constituents if we we did increase the sewer user fee, and that breaks it down exactly how much it's gonna cost, according to how much they use. Hopefully I simplified that for everyone.
Well, what does it do for the city? We got a $918,000 operating loss just last year alone. Now, not including the previous 7 years that showed the operating loss from those previous 7 years. Anything's better than nothing, but to put a Band-Aid on what needs a tourniquet, to me, just doesn't make sense. I mean, and then, we're talking about also getting a committee together, which is all, hey, that's unanimous, that's good stuff. But what if the committee comes 2 months from now when they're supposed to convene and say, look, we've looked at the numbers again, they haven't changed, we need to go up again. Are you willing then to go up again? Or should we take care of matters right now when we have the opportunity to do it right the first time? Or they're nearby. If this was our business, which the sewer department is, the city's business, okay? We don't make a profit, but we need to make sure that the rate we charge is an operating level, meaning we don't make a profit, we don't lose money. Right now, we've done nothing but lose money. Why? Because we're not achieving a rate that's necessary to cover operating expenditures. So we can keep turning a blind eye. We also show that from previous, although I know the pie chart was not good, but just even taking the numbers from the pie chart. If you took 43% from Plan B, I think it was, you're looking at a $1 to present total bill, okay? 43%, that's 3,000 gallons. The present bill would be $33.95. The person's bill would be $34.10. What kind of increase are you talking that it's so extreme that it's going to be hurting people? That's 43% of the city. You go with another 27%. You're looking at a $46.82 rate and going up just to $52.10. Again, where's the extreme rate increase that we keep hearing from people that don't want to increase the rates to the level it needs to be? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other discussion?
Have the numbers been run on your proposed plan, Clint, like with?
Okay, so I said it was a 20% increase. So if you take a 20% increase, our sewer user fee right now presently, we're generating about $1.5 million a year. 20% of that is going to be about $300,000, a little over $300,000 more than what we're generating now at a 20% increase. That's simple. That's as simple as it gets. Now, I hate to bring up the depreciation thing again, but with the 8-year comparison that we got for the sewer fund, if you look at those numbers, and that came straight from Rob, and that's the accountant's, without depreciation, then that $300,000 would cover all of those years plus some. That's the same, then we get back into the depreciation thing. I did not use anything about I just did straight 20% because it was said about law code, what kind of increases they've had over these past years, and that increase was 15.2%. It's not, so 20% I think is being pretty generous. But that's fine. This is to simplify things. This is to show you what kind of increase that it's going to be for the constituents, the people we represent, at those rates. That's all I did. I made it very, very simple to look at, and then we just need to make a determination. How much do we want to go up on these people? All of these plans are going to cover if you don't use depreciation.
I think the focus is, in my opinion, a little blurred. it's not how much we want to go up on these people, it's how much the city needs to go up to protect itself and to not lose its credit rating and to be able to borrow the money and to keep the funds floating. And when the street projects and the other projects come in, we have the money in the general fund that we're not supplementing the sewage department with. I mean, it's simple economics, and I'm gonna tell you, people don't want an increase on anything, but if you're gonna do it, you just as soon do it where it benefits you.
Since the D word came up again, I want to put depreciation in terms of reality. You have a device in your system, you applied for a grant, it's about a $600,000 piece of equipment. It grinds the wastewater that comes into your main pump station so that it doesn't hang up the pumps on the way to the plant. That is called a comminutor. It has the brand name Muffin Monster. About 8 years ago, Tim Craig, correct me if I'm wrong, but about 8 or 9 years ago, it petered out. It no longer functioned. It had to be removed and taken and put aside. In its place, we still had to screen out the solids, or we would damage our pumping system. A temporary, they call it a basket, I call it a bar screen. A temporary basket was put in its place so that when those solids accumulate, they're screened out of the wastewater. Your men, Tim Crater's men, with their hands physically on, have to raise the basket, and they have to handle those solids to get them to a dumpster. You're putting those men at tremendous health risk and danger by continuing that. Why hasn't it been replaced? I can tell you in the past administration, there was no money to do it. Why was there no money to do it? D word.
Anybody else? You ready to call for a question? Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. Since the committee is included in this ordinance, did we decide, or are we going to, I don't even remember who the members would have been. I think I brought this up at our last meeting. I don't know if we need to discuss that before we vote on it. Mr. Reagan, do you remember who was in it? Who was in that committee?
Discussion, you certainly can discuss this part of the ordinance.
Because that last time I had said that a CPA, the mayor, the finance chair, the utility chair, and our city clerk. But y'all, remind me if I'm wrong, though. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
I don't think that motion passed.
Because it's connected to this one.
It was referred to this committee.
It's connected to this one, that's why. It shouldn't be, in my opinion. They're two different things. They're two different, so.
No, it's germane to the sewer user ordinance. It's part of the sewer fees.
But they're different.
You can amend it all at the same time. You can amend it individually. What is germane is Article 2 of the Code of Ordinances.
Within the resolution that's attached to it.
Look at the title of the ordinances can show you that you're amending all parts of the sewer user fee, division 1.5.
So we're not putting 1036 and 10,
Attachment 1036.
That's what I'm saying.
They're both in Article 2, Chapter 10 of the Code of Ordinances. So it's the same
That's what I'm
subject.
saying, it's together in one, but it shouldn't be, in my opinion. It is,
But I just answered the question.
right.
In my opinion, that is germane, it's part of the Article 2 of Section 10, Chapter 10 of the Code of Ordinances, City of Crowley, dealing with sewer user fees and charges. It is the same thing as dealing with the committee to review the revenues and expenses of that as far as the sewer user fee charges or to make a recommendation. So I certainly think it's germane and absolutely appropriate to consider it as one. It's also further my opinion that if you can do something, do it now because you're only gonna have one amendment to publish the paper, one set of hearings.
Right.
Everything's already been done, so
I got you.
you know, I think it's more in line with what you're doing, getting it all done at one time. As Mr. Martin always says, is it germane to the subject? Yes, this is absolutely germane to the subject.
Okay, tell me before you go any further. It's germane because it has the same subject title. That's the reason why. Kim, I'm sorry, it's considered germane because it has the same subject title. It can in and out, but it still come back to the same title. Germane?
Let me make a suggestion. I think being concerned about who's on the committee is secondary to the result that a committee will come up with. I can just about guarantee you that if the committee that Kim just listed is put together and we reevaluate, we're going to come up with the same thing. So we're going to come back to what do we think should be counted as expenses and what we think should not. Two things. Why don't we take Plan's suggestion, Plan C, and put it into Marco's computer, just confirm that we know what the end result revenue will be. And I can report back to you next week on that. The second thing is, you just got an audit report for fiscal year 18-19 from your auditor. In that report is all the information we need to do this again. And your current ordinance says that this shall be done on or before September 1st. And it shall be reported to council, and action should be taken to increase the fee according to the way it's calculated. So I suggest that you don't look at it as an all or none proposition. Let's go ahead and look at what the plan is proposed. If it is in fact a 20% increase in revenue, let's take it. And by your own ordinance, by law, we're going to have to look at this again in a matter of a month. So we're going to come back to you fairly. If you'd be willing to do that, we'll go on to the next ordinance.
Mr. Chairman? One other thing, going back to Ms. Springfield, I'm not sure if she understood. Absolutely, it's a discussion item right now, and if you want to amend it, this is the time to do that, to add those. I would say you want to do your amendment. If you recall the last meeting, what was done, somebody moved, offered a substitute motion to send it back to this committee. You know, so there was no changes made in the ordinance. I could not do anything to make a change in the ordinance as it had been presented to return to Mr. Martin's committee. Because it was in revenue and finance. It was sent back to this committee, look at it again and study. You know, this is what this meeting is about today, is what changes. So if you want to make an amendment, I think it's time, it would be very timely.
If you follow my lead, you can do it all in the same ordinance. Well, all we need to do now is just, I'm saying, refer it to next week. Let me run the calculations. If its formula increases by 20% in the law code computer, you have that, you can then vote on the ordinance with Plan C, and you can take care of the makeup of the committee for next time. I'll do all that at once.
I apologize, Mr. Chair. You can do the committee right at this moment and that item as well, and still bring it back up for full council vote next Wednesday.
I suppose we're saying the same thing. What I would do is come to you Wednesday and say, we ran the numbers, and they do in fact increase revenue by 20%. That's better than zero. And then that ordinance already will use your numbers as Plan C, and the ordinance will have what Kim wanted in terms of the committee that will reevaluate it next time.
Okay.
And don't misconstrue what I did. I was just trying to simplify things. We've already hashed out, and I think, you know, the depreciation's been out there. We've talked, some of us talked to the auditor one-on-one about the depreciation thing, and we were told something that I truly believe. And what I was trying to do here is that, you know, this Plan A and Plan B has already been presented. It was shot down by a vote of 6-3, if I recall. So it ain't happening, okay? So I tried to come up with something that I thought maybe would pass, okay? and that's a 20% increase. That's a pretty good increase. And in my mind, 20% is a pretty big hit. But, you know, is it sufficient to do, who knows what the future's gonna bring? All I know is that the auditor gave me some numbers without depreciation, and the $300,000 plus that we're gonna generate is gonna more than cover every year. You go back and look at what he gave me. So, without depreciation. Now, we can argue this depreciation thing, and we can get nowhere again, and we can get bombarded by postscripts again because we're not doing anything, we're not taking any action. Or we can look at something, if somebody's got a better plan, let's bring it up, let's talk about it. But what I'm trying to do is trying to get something that we can all agree on, that we can pass, that we can increase the sewer user fee, not hurt people, and it be sufficient to cover anything coming out of the general fund. This way, we won't have to take anything out of the general fund. Will it cover depreciation? No, it will not cover depreciation, I can promise you that. But it will keep us from having to take anything out of the general fund, I can promise you that. Because we haven't taken that much money out of the general fund going back 10 to 12 years, whatever it is. So anyway, that was my objective here. And I spent a lot of time and ran a lot of numbers on this. And hopefully, it's something that we can come together and agree on and move forward with this deal. And yes, it's gonna generate some money, not $1 million something, but it will generate 300,000.
My suggestion would facilitate, just what you just said.
Well, with that being said, I mean, when we got hit the first time with over $500,000 per year being deducted, I mean, that blew my mind. I would like to see this if possible. We take your numbers that you have right here. And, Tim, you gonna get with Lawco and run the numbers?
Yes, sir.
Bring back an actual bill. In other words, fictitious bill, but like an actual. Sewer user fee, city, local water and city user fee. And just see, bear in mind, should we say, the ones that really needs help. So put it on the low end. I just want to see with the 20% how much it would raise on both sides.
His numbers give you that. All I would do is state that his numbers generate 20% more than you did last year.
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, I would like to see an actual bill. In other words, they say the city user fee is $21, the water bill is $26. You follow what I'm going?
And you have that here?
I know we have it right here, but understand I can't put this in the eyes of someone and say, look, this is what we got right here. Okay, we understand, but you got people out there, and they have organizations where they want me to bring this, show me how much it's gonna cost us. All right. Okay.
Mr. Martin, I understand what you're asking. So if we were to take, and Mr. Mayor, correct me if I'm wrong, because we've attempted this already. If we were to take each one of these fees that he has in each plan, that particular number for that particular plan, and you move over that particular plan, move over that particular plan, at the 2,000 gallons. And if we were to run the numbers to Lawco with these numbers that he's presenting, and then get those two numbers back from Lawco, that way you would have it also simplified with the numbers from Lawco. Is that correct? That would be your question?
Yeah, I mean, right now, remember, we represent people that don't even know what Mr. Brown even represent.
Right, that's what I'm asking, to go to Lawco with those same numbers.
Right, I think it's something we have to be involved on our research, that how many people use only 2,000 gallons of water?
43%.
43%.
43%.
That's 3,000. That's 3,000.
Well, they say 2,000 right here.
Well, on the very first line.
First line says 2,000.
Me and my wife.
That's assuming they only use 2,000.
I'm just saying, but I'm looking at,
2,000.
okay, that's what I'm talking about. Since you got it right there, show me how much it's gonna be, but show me how much it's gonna cost you.
That's gonna be 20%. So my wife and I, 5,500 gallons.
So you go to 6,000. So you go to 6,000.
Okay, so my water bill, we use 5,500 gallons, and presently the amount of water is $28.76, and the sewer user fee is $20.98, grand total of $49.74.
as of right now.
So if we increase it, that's gonna be an additional $4, well, right at $5.
So that's what you're gonna bring to people and say, okay, this is how it goes. You can bring these graphs all day and look at it and say, well, what you mean 2750, what you mean 29 increase or whatever. I think our main problem that we have here is that this was blown into us at one time. Okay, I think, shock and awe was the problem. That was the original problem. Everybody was shocked that when it, we losing this kind of money and what have you, and we have to make this kind of money to make it up. Tim, if you can do that, and present it to the council, even to make extra copies, maybe give it to the audience, let them see it. And maybe so. So that being said, I want a motion for,
You got the motion already, Mr. Mark?
motion on the floor is to deal with the committee. Are we still dealing with the committee as well?
I think, I was suggesting that someone make a motion to authorize me to run Plan C through the Walco computer and see if we did in fact increase revenue by 20%. Come back to you Wednesday.
Okay, well, the original motion has been rescinded. Table was rescinded, no, I mean,
No, I think you just leave it as is. Let Tim give you new figures, you don't need to do this now.
so you want to table,
No, sir, I want you, Tim, I think has the right idea. Mr. Cleary has presented a proposal. What you're saying is, you'd like to see the numbers as they relate to the individual people, and as to how all those numbers relate to individuals.
well, that's what I'm
And he has
saying, it has to be another
So,
motion.
but you're not gonna do anything except bring it back, doing it, at that time, once you have that report from Walco, and you compare with the Plan B, Plan A, Plan B, and Plan C, you've got the comparisons, then that meeting you could make an amendment to and that would be the time, I think, appropriate to amend this ordinance and decide on what plan.
Well, you still have to table the motion, Tom.
No, so you don't have to table the motion.
Why is that?
This is a motion to authorize him to bring it back at the regular meeting.
Let me suggest this, why don't
The
you,
original motion stands right here about dealing with the committee as well as provide for a committee to perform an analysis of the revenue and expenses and make recommendations. Okay? This is not germane, these are not germane. I mean, there's no way to work.
He's coming back.
What I'm saying is, Tim's making a substitute motion to allow him to.
what's missing, if I may, what's missing is just to take,
You don't want to table this again, you want it to go to.
And I also said we have to make a
I
certain
have the
motion to
solution
show
to
up.
this, if I can be heard just for a second, is just put Mr. Grader's numbers, Plan C, in the ordinance. And ask me to come back and tell you Wednesday that it gets you the 20% increase and it's already there. So just, I'm suggesting the motion be to use Plan C in the ordinance.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mark.
All right.
If you could make a substitute motion to go along with Mr. Mayor and his recommendation, so you don't have to repeat all that again.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
And Mr. Mayor, when you do your analysis, would you please get with the auditor and see exactly, because there's a lot of confusion about that, exactly how much money, real money, has been transferred out of the general fund into the utility fund to cover any deficits each year. Would you do that for us?
Yes, sir.
I'm not talking about depreciation, I'm talking about actual money that was taken out of the general fund and transferred into the utility fund to cover any deficits, because the numbers I have, I just want to make sure those are right. Okay? Thank you.
Would you repeat that, please? Transfer,
How much actual money was transferred out of the general fund and put into the utility fund to make up any deficit for the past, I mean, however many years I want to do it, 6 years, 7 years? And give us a total of that or an average. Because the 8-year average I got was $73,000 a year.
okay?
Thank you.
All right. Okay, I'm sorry. Is this germane to what we're doing right here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
A lot of things we do, we look at the consumer price index over a certain period of time. Over the last 10 years, it was 18.6%. So that's relatively close to Mr. Craven. So that is something you can base it on. It's a federal number. And you can pull it up, it's a Bureau of Labor Standards. I just did it on my phone. So to give that as a reference to y'all, I would suggest something on that line. And that's also what for people who are on Social Security, their benefits is based on that also. So it would be in line with their increase and not going above and beyond. So just wanted to throw that out there.
Thank you, good. Thank you. Any words, Jermaine? Appreciate it. All right, now let's get this. Let's make sure we're not using the same motion of action.
No, you have.
Let's go. John?
You have a substitute.
The only one on that, all right.
You have a substitute motion.
Substitute motion for Tim Mayer to get with law code. Present, what we going on, C? Plan C findings, to get with them and do a study to see exactly how much it would take to bring, well, first of all, find out how much it would cost at that level, and Plan C, and also that you would get from law code the exact number of how much it would take to put into the sewer user fund to make sewer user bill level, correct?
I think it's simpler than that.
Make it simpler than that.
It is to substitute motion to approve the ordinance with Plan C numbers and request that I run the Plan C numbers to confirm that it's a 20% increase in
You can't use the same ordinance then.
Substitute.
The ordinance that's there right now provides for coming together as a committee. Okay, basically, you can't use that ordinance. Basically, just go ahead, go ahead and give him the word. I'm talking to you now. I want to make you finish.
So all we're doing is changing the formula to what was in the ordinance presented tonight to the Plan C numbers. And everything else, I think everybody's okay with that. Mr. Peters is offering a substitute motion. It allows to change 1030, section 1030, A1, A2, and A3 to the figures in Plan C, allowing to run those numbers for you to make sure that they accomplish what you expect them to accomplish. Yes.
We can go with that. If it's not,
Expectations that it will be approximately a 20% increase as to how much it will increase the individual bills as compared with local. That's the substitute motion, because you don't want to, you're not changing the ordinance, you're changing just the amount of fees and the charges for each utility service area is dealt with in subsections A, 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
I'm sorry, 8, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Madam Clerk, did you get all that, Ms. Jones?
Yeah. She'll get it on the recorder.
Okay. Now, what I would advise you to do, Ms. Jones, I'm sorry, but I just want to give Ms. Jones one.
Hang on, Mr. Mark. You do have a motion, I just want to get the vote.
I understand it, but I want to make sure she understands what's being said.
She's gonna hear it, it's all recorded.
All right, all in favor, say a motion to, let him get with law code and, I'm sorry, Kim.
I'm sorry, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, I did look over the ordinance as written, and we can just add the CPA into that, with the, in that section 1036. Yes, sir.
I thought there was some mentioned last time. I believe, Kim, with all due respect.
Carry on now, I got, Ms. Stringfellow's motion is, she's offering a substitute motion to amend or change section 1036, which is part of section 2 of this ordinance is offering, section 1036A, to add them to have the city engineer will insert it's the city CPA. Is that correct, Mr. Stringfellow?
And also utility money.
Oh, and the utility, you know, we have the utility committee chairman.
Utility chair was not in
Well, yes, it is. Yes, it is. I made that amendment earlier, we didn't have the CPA at that time.
That was your original motion from, meetings past. I thought that CPA was already implemented in there. I might be wrong, but now that it is, you say.
We have the city auditor. The city auditor was included, but not the city CPA.
Okay, all right, that's fine. All right, you got that? Let's go for the question. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Ain't nothing else coming before us, so let's get out of here.
Okay. All right, next, you recess, Mr. Mark?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Next is Recreation Committee, Mr. Freeman, not here, Mr. Craig.
I'd like to convene the Recreation Committee. Everyone is present except Mr. Freeman. First off, we'd like to hear from Recreation Director, Mr. Peter Turk, who's already up there.
Thank you, good evening. Baseball, softball registration is continuing through March 29th. Those interested in registering online can go to the city website at crowley-la.com. Go to the departments, click on Parks and Recreation, go to the registration information tab, and it'll link you over to our website, and you can register from there. For those interested, you can come to the Rice Festival building, and we'll be more than happy to help you with that process. Our adult basketball spring session at Martin Luther King Center has started this week. It started Monday and Tuesday, and will be played Monday and Tuesday nights for the next 4 weeks. Aerobics will begin at the Martin Luther King Center. It will be held every Wednesday at 6 p.m. Tonight is the first night, and it's also free for whoever wants to attend. We have Crowley High will be hosting their high school baseball tournament this week over at Miller Stadium. It is scheduled to start at 3:30 this morning. When I leave here, I'll be checking field conditions, and hopefully we can stay on that schedule. But we have 6 teams participating. 3 of those 6 will be coming from out of the parish. So we have some out-of-town visitors coming this weekend. So you catch a lot of baseball for a really good price over at Miller Stadium. It's fun. It's the game at its root. The new seats at Miller Stadium, I know at least one of you guys have seen it. You've texted me, they have been installed. They look great. I'm really excited about it. They've exceeded my expectations. I also have seats still available to be dedicated. Those interested can come by and see me, call me, email me. I'll go see you, whatever it takes. I have a sample I can bring with me for $200. It's a great way to honor a relative, former player, coach, anyone who you know that would be, that was attached to that stadium. We have a deep history here in Crowley with baseball. Our junior high and softball season, which started about 3 weeks ago, was finally able to get their first games in last week, and they're scheduled to play through this month. Weather permitting, we're doing our best, but we had 7 games on 4 fields last Thursday. I think we have 3 games scheduled on 2 fields tomorrow and Friday. Our staff is full, numbers are great with registration, everything is going well. Any questions for me? Yes, sir.
All I can say is that I had the chance to sit in my $200 seat a couple of nights ago, and it was very, very comfortable. It's worth every penny, so go get you one. That's all I can say.
Thank you.
How the restroom coming along?
I should have an answer for you next month.
Okay. You know, something's getting around and the word's getting out, so
Yes, sir.
keep pressure on it.
And Mr. Stubb, I want to also tell you, we went Friday to cut around the center. We weren't able to get all of it. We got what we could. So if your constituents are concerned, we don't plan on leaving it like that.
It was only one person.
Okay, well, we're doing our best.
They got a few of them that stays out there. They call a report on what's going on.
Yes, sir.
You good? You good.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir, thank you. Since we have recreation, gentlemen over at Martin Luther King, since we dug the ditches and cleaned them out, cleaned the pipe, how is the drainage going?
Pushing, but until we bore underneath, MLK, it's going to be tough.
Okay.
John F. Kennedy,
Okay.
but everything else.
Okay, great.
of the slides, there's a divot holding water. And
Yes, sir.
I don't know if we have that material to place in there, but that's one thing I've been asking to get to.
Working on pricing for the material to put in there. Weather conditions are not conducive to getting that done right now. But we can go by and break it up and fill it in for now, kind of a temporary fix. But
Is that great? Yeah, I know you get some baseball, but it's just when you have time.
yes, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks, y'all. I'll let you out.
Thank you.
On that same subject, I know you have to be compliant with certain, allergens or whatever. Is anybody who's maybe, potential, refurbished, like rubber and things like that you can, in bulk that you can get?
I'm working right now. I was at LRPA in Baton Rouge. There's a synthetic surface material that is available. It's kind of, I equate it to LED lighting. It's an upfront cost, but you reap the benefits down the road. But I'm working on getting some prices to look at something artificial too. Because this stuff is an organic material and it does break down over time.
Anything else from Mr. Kirk? Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Mr. Young.
I just want to bring up, I'm part of the litter abatement committee that advises with the mayor. I met with Peter this week. We are forming a Adopt a Park program where we can assist Peter with his duties and everything, so it kind of takes the workload off of him. It's going to be a little progress. I mean, it's going to take time. So our idea is to go to civic organizations, youth groups, churches, and that way they can have a dedicated time that they can go to the park and pick up trash on a Sunday. So that way, when Mr. Gilbert on Monday cuts the grass at the park, his crew don't have to do that. So I did find out from Peter today that the parks are kind of, it's under his watch, but the street department also cuts the grass. So it's kind of a two for one. So we're going to coordinate what each park needs. We talked about painting some of the swing sets or playground equipment or whatever if it needs that, so we can coordinate with some of the church groups and Rotary and Lions Club and whatever, so we can get that done. So I just want to let you know that that's our idea, that's our vision. I'm thinking, 3 months down the road, we should be in full swing with that. So just for that.
Thank you. We need more citizens like you.
Mr. Young.
Yes, sir.
I know, being that way, because everybody wants to help out. Remember now, we got kids that's gonna be hired during the summer, they do things to do, y'all do everything for kids. Right, give kids something to do.
We're gonna, and
All right.
it's gonna be.
A couple papers for the kids.
Oh yeah, we're gonna definitely include. We may even do a day where if the community wants to come out and say, hey, we can come out. If you want to come out this day, we're gonna give you a paintbrush and you can paint the swing set blue or paint your kid blue. Either one, it doesn't matter. So.
How many kids you plan on hiring this year? How many kids? No, Pete, how many kids? Just
Good. For the concession side, we hire 15 young ladies that come in and work concessions with Miss Naomi. And then on the outside, we hire 4 guys or gals, whoever applies and qualified, whatever willing to work. So a total of 19 is what we employ seasonally.
Now, make sure that's work for them.
Will do.
Thank you.
Now we'll hear from the city engineer, Mr. Maker.
Nothing further.
Are there any other items coming before the recreation committee? In the recreation committee recess.
Thank you for filling in, Mr. Primo. Mr. Primo will be delighted. All right, let's move on to, we have some people waiting, community and economic development. Mr. Sammy Reggie.
Thank you, Mayor. Community and Economic Development Committee. Let's see, we have everyone present. Up first, we're going to have a discussion item, update on the cleanest city contest.
Thank you, Chair. I was not ready, but that's okay. The judging will be March 24th. and we discussed a possible cleanup day on the 21st or 22nd. So either the Saturday or the Sunday. We just gave a little cushion in case it rains on Saturday. I have maps of the route, and I'll give them out to y'all so y'all can see them. We've already started cleaning around the routes, and the litter advisory board, I think Mr. Young was speaking earlier, they have flyers, they've been giving them out, and speaking to homeowners and business owners, all on Parkerson, south and north Parkerson. But I can hand out the route for y'all and just be ready for our cleanup day on that weekend. So, and we'll get the city cleaned again, and then we'll continue for the rest of the year. We won't just do it one day, so thank you.
Thank you. I guess the question I have would be for the mayor. There's one of the signs on Hutchison with the post.
Yes, it's being changed, as a matter of fact.
I haven't passed by, I didn't know.
Yeah, the one on East Hutchinson and East Street?
Yeah, because I told him I'd probably go get some paint.
He did change, as a matter of fact, he was trying to select the paint color today.
Oh.
For the post to match the sign, so it should be done in the next day or so.
Okay, I'll look for a good day and I'll start working on that sign for you. I'll start cleaning it up. Okay, great. I guess my other question would be, what about the striping? Are y'all looking at that too?
I'm sorry?
The striping, the yellow on the corners?
Curbs, yes.
On the curbs?
Oh, yeah, I would like to say thank you to you.
I'm sure y'all have a bunch of that.
Well, we have the list.
Okay.
We have the list, and we had a meeting about it today, and they can start working on it immediately. And looks like it's gonna be good.
Figured for a couple of weeks.
Yep, I'm hoping it takes only that, we can continue to do other things as far as that. And Mr. Pub and I talked today about that list.
Okay, great.
And we had a meeting about it, so it's really, really favorable.
Okay, great.
Yep.
All right, discussion item 2, Alderman Stringfield's request to discuss the part of Luke Dupre's quality of life plan for the city the mayor would like to implement.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to know, Mayor, if you've had a chance to look that over and what are any of your thoughts on that plan, and if you can give us any specifics on what we may want to start doing on that.
Well, actually, we've already started doing quite a few things. I'm not going to get into it in full detail, but I really think Mr. Luke Dupre for doing that. And I'm hoping to implement the whole book. But of course, we're going to just do one job at a time, and we'll get to it.
All right, under action items, recommending a resolution of the mayor and fourth alderman of the city of Crowley, Acadia Parish, Louisiana, authorizing a boundary agreement between Supreme Rights LLC, a Louisiana limited liability company, and the city of Crowley to designate the location of the correct boundary of the 0.63 acres belonging to Supreme Rights LLC and the property belonging to the city of Crowley located on West Mill Street West, Block 18 of the South Crowley Addition, and to provide for all matters relative thereto and in connection therewith. Second, Mr. Crater. Okay. Any discussion?
Kind of give us a brief update on what's exactly going on here.
I can speak to that, Mr. Chairman.
Please, Mr. Thompson.
If you look at the rest, it's a boundary agreement. A boundary agreement is a document which is utilized to clear up a discrepancy between the legal description that's written in a document such as sale or lease or any other transaction which deals with real estate, and the property owners who have a different opinion in where the boundary is located, the physical boundary. The physical boundary in this case is described as 0.63 acres, and it is described in the cash sale that was made by the city of Crowley in the form of certain calls of leaps and bounds, which are listed as beginning at a point located, and I've forgotten the footage there at the present time. So many feet from the northwest corner of section of block 18 northeast corner of Block 18 in the city of Crowley. Unfortunately, that block no longer exists. So the question is, how did Mr. Lyman, who did the survey at that time, arrive at that? Well, he had a different, this was done in 1962. So there was a difference in perhaps what was available at that time as to how you locate that corner. He located the corner and described it. However, the west boundary of the property is also described with a line that runs north and south. And of course, all of these points in the plat are represented by metal rods. The only metal rods that were able to be found when Mr. Spain Lifestyle acquired the property from the police jury, they had a survey done to locate, to show exactly where those boundaries were, because not only was the building being sold with the 6.2 acres, obviously the building wasn't 0.6 acres. So they wanted to know where the building was in relation to those lines. They were able to locate the two west corners of the property, which are aligned, which lines approximately with the end of the west end of the outfield fence of the newer stadium. Those 2 points exist. Measuring from those 2 points, there's a difference between the call distance for the imaginary location, not the imaginary, but the estimated location of the northeast corner of Block 18 to the point of beginning. And what we're saying here is Mr. Hebert's survey has found a differential in that. And that since we can locate where it was supposed to be on the ground, which is the west end, we measure it back to where it actually, the footage which says, and running then south 109 feet along West Mill Street. I'm sorry, 109 feet along West Mill Street. You've got that as a distance, and then it's 200 feet on West Mill Street. I apologize. I don't have a track in front of me, and I'm looking at this, trying to remember it visually in my head, in my mind. And we have the 200 feet on the
I'm not trying to get in the weeds with this, just basically, we're just clearing up a discrepancy in survey.
Right, we're trying to resolve that discrepancy and make sure that Mr. Hanks is getting, the Spring Rice knows where their boundary is, and we know where our boundary is, so that he can build his building and locate the building, be confident that he's not over a property line, or that he's encroaching, or the city's encroaching on his property. He's happy with doing this. As I've spoken with Brett Stefanski, Brett has seen this resolution. Brett Stefanski is representing Spring Lights, and they're okay with it.
Okay, any more discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? Number 2, proclaiming the month of April 2020 as Fair Housing Month. Okay.
All right. Whereas the 52nd anniversary of the National Fair Housing Law, Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 during the month of April, is an occasion for all Americans individually and collectively to rededicate themselves to the principle of freedom from housing discrimination whenever it exists. And whereas this law guarantees each citizen the critical personal element of the freely choosing a home, and whereas a fair housing law has been passed by the state of Louisiana, and implementation of the law requires the positive commitment, involvement, and support of each of our citizens. And whereas the department and agencies of the state of Louisiana are to provide leadership in the effort to make fair housing not just an idea, but an ideal for all our citizens. And whereas barriers that diminish the rights and limit the options of any citizen to freely choose a home will ultimately diminish the rights and limit the options of all. Now therefore, I, Tim Monson, Mayor of the City of Crowley, do hereby proclaim April 2020 as Fair Housing Month in the City of Crowley. And I urge all citizens to celebrate the diversity and value the harmonious communities of neighbors to support the goal of equal housing opportunities for all people. I can do that one too. This is also a proclamation for the National Community Development Week. Whereas the Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, say that real fast, programming has operated since 1974 to provide local governments with the resources required to primarily meet the needs of persons of low and moderate income persons. And whereas the Community Development Block Grant program is among the few remaining federal programs available to address the needs of low and moderate income persons in small cities. And whereas the Community Development Block Grant program has provided the state of Louisiana with important and flexible assistance to meet the needs of low and moderate income residents of small cities by funding sewer, water, and street improvement projects, economic development projects, and other public improvement projects. And whereas Congress and the nation acknowledge the critical value of the Community Development Block Grant program and the significant projects that rely on its funds for support. And whereas the week of April 13th through April 18th, 2020 has been reserved for recognition and appreciation of the Community Development Block Grant program. Now therefore, I, Tim Monso, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the City of Crowley, Louisiana, do hereby proclaim the week of April 13th through April 18th, 2020 as National Community Development Week in the City of Crowley, Louisiana, and urge all citizens to join in recognizing the Louisiana Community Development Block Grant Program and the important role it plays in our community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor. Up next, we'll hear from the ladies of the Main Street Board. Well, we're going to recommend the approval of the request of the Main Street to co-sponsor the Art and Wine Stroll to be held Friday, May 1st, 2020 from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m. in the Main Street District. And the boundaries in the district are attached. And I second. I think Mr. Cavell was first.
Mr. Cavell.
Please. So, discussion. Did you have anything I wanted to say?
We just want to thank the city council.
Well, I guess we just want to, on behalf of the Main Street Board, we want to just thank the city council, as always, for their support of the Crowley Main Street program. I think we're the Main Street Board that's been actively engaging in doing more things, bringing more events to the city of Crowley and the Main Street, and I think it's improving the quality of life for our citizens. I think our citizens are enjoying the different events that we're bringing, such as the Water Walk, Kids Day on Main Street, Taste of Crowley. But it's also, I think, bringing business into these Main Street businesses that while we're doing that. So it's serving two purposes. And it's also bringing an awareness of what our Main Street district has to offer. So we really appreciate the support of this council for those different things and the Main Street program in general. Do y'all have any questions about the Long Walk at all? Because I think it was a very very great event last year. I think our businesses saw a tremendous, their cash registers said that they, ching, and they really had a great turnout, so that was good. But I think overall, I think people just enjoyed being out on Main Street, and it was something different, unique, and it was just a good event.
We want to thank you for all that you guys do, because it's a huge undertaking with limited resources and.
Very limited resources.
Yes.
Very limited.
Hopefully we can change that soon, but thank you for everything that y'all do in your efforts.
Great. Any other questions?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You're here for the last three, right?
Yes, sir.
One day give us an option of each one of them, and the approach, we will be going back and forth, is what I'm understanding. Just, I'm not really committed, but I just thought it might be nice if they talked about Kids Day and the Taste of Crowley.
Why?
That way we put all in one package, that way the council can vote on passage.
I believe the city already co-sponsored for the last couple of years on both of the, actually these events. But did you have anything else you want to add to the other two? I'll get to them.
At this point,
Kids Day or?
Kids Day, gosh, I mean, that has really grown. This will be the third year that we are hoping to do it. Last year, we saw more and more people come downtown, even with the hot summer months, they still came, and we really are supportive of our businesses that they continue to do this. Our city and everybody that volunteered for that day. It's really a great community event. The kids, the parents are out, and it's just a great event, I think, for our downtown and our community. Kids seem to enjoy it. It's a family event. And Taste of Crowley also, we have several new restaurants in town. And each year, it seems like it gets bigger and bigger. The restaurants are all on board, and we couldn't do it without them, and we appreciate that so much. And I think everybody enjoys the event. We're always trying to do something new each year, and hopefully these events will continue to do well and promote what we want, in Crowley and our businesses that support this small community. Okay. So thank you for your support. We do have something else I think that we are looking for this year. Claire Doré with the Acadia Parish Library is also one of our board members. It's been, one of the things that Main Street focuses on is the history of our downtown and trying to keep the history alive. And one of the things we're working on is trying to do something downtown where we have a historic reenactment day downtown. We haven't decided on a particular date. I might be back later on this year and ask for the city's co-sponsoring that as well. But it's just a way to continue to teach our different generations of the history of downtown and bring something new, I think, to downtown. So,
Thank you.
yeah.
All right, any more questions? All right, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, number 5 was recommending the approval of the request of the Crowley Main Street, the City of Crowley to co-sponsor Kids Day in the Downtown Historic District to be held Saturday, August 22nd, 2020. I see. Second, Mr. Core. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And number 6, recommending the approval of the request of the Crowley Main Street for the City of Crowley to co-sponsor Taste of Crowley to be held Thursday, November 5th, 2020. I salute. Second by Mr. Prater. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, ladies. And any other legal items come before Community and Economic Development Committee? We will recess.
Thank you, Mr. President. Next, zoning and annexation.
Zoning and annexation will convene. We have a forum. Mr. Mayor left a note that he had nothing new to report, and we don't have anything on the agenda for this evening, so we will recess.
Thank you, Mr. Holder. Next, we'll move to public safety. Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to begin the Public Safety Committee meeting. We have a forum with Mr. Greenwood being absent. On the reports, we'll begin with the report from Police Chief Tim Broussard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This past month, from the time of the last report until today at 12:37, the Crowley Police Department responded to 830 calls for service. Still a little under, which is good. Our TED program for the month of February garners 183 citations. We were a little bit under for that. There's a couple of explanations for that. 2 of my big go-getters, one, his wife had back surgery, so he was attending to her. The second one, we had one of the officers who had to receive disciplinary action. So he was suspended from working dead for a little while due to disciplinary. So that's why our numbers are a little bit low on that, but they should probably pick up. We are fully staffed. Looking into, and Mr. Corey, you and I kind of spoke about that, but we'll be bringing it before the council probably at next month's meeting about a reporting system. I do invite and encourage March 17th. Yeah, March 17th. At 12 noon,
one of the company's E4s, which we looked at again. We'll do another online presentation here in the city council chambers / boardroom. So I encourage and invite any of the council members to be there to see this program. And that's all I believe I've got.
Thank you, Chief.
Oh, one more thing. I do have one more thing. 12th Street, we were asked to do a study on traffic. We've done it once already. I don't quite remember the date, but I do remember the officer telling me he observed probably like 12 to 15 cars during the time we stayed there. I'd like to do another one before I do give a report or a recommendation on that.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
When do you think you'll be able to do that?
Oh, sometime this month, absolutely. I mean, so we may even be able to get it done before council, so that's my hope, to get it done then, and maybe bring a report to council.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Want to ask anything for the Chief? Okay, we'll move to the interim fire chief, Terry Romero.
Mr. Rivera is not present. He is at a fire chief's conference. He'll give you all the information when he gets back.
That's great. City Inspector Tony Duhon, who is present.
Good evening. I have an update on the demolition. As of last year, January 2019, to the present time, we actually have 15 demo permits that were issued. Out of those 15, 7 have complied. We're still holding on to a few. Jeff and I had a discussion on a couple of them. But they're soon going to be coming up. Some of them are right at the end. They're still cleaning up. So those are the ones that have been torn down. That's not counting the 2 that we had torn down by the city. So you add those numbers. 107 Dromhead has been torn down, and 404 East Clay Street. The next one up, okay, is 416 North Avenue E. That's the next house up. So.
That's the fire destroyed.
Correct. Correct. That's correct.
And will the city have to do that demo?
Yes, we're in the process. We're waiting on some cans to be delivered. Once those cans are delivered, then everything's ready to go.
Yes.
And is our city contractor doing that work? That, I think we have it, got the
Yes.
contract, so he's going to be doing it for
Oh,
$2,200.
416? No.
No, the answer to his question is no. He was asking if that contractor that they just approved was gonna be doing that particular job, but the answer is no.
No, the answer is no. Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm not sure.
The same gentleman who tore down the other 2 houses that volunteered to tear down the next 2. Yes, sir.
Okay. The council approved someone to help you out with your work log, correct? You have someone working with you now?
That person should be here in 2 weeks.
In 2 weeks?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I thought when we hired this, it should have been, well, somebody have to clean me up this. I thought we had hired a person to take the workload that law back in 1914 or whatever it was. Something's not right. Okay, so you're telling us that we approved someone to be hired at the last meeting, correct?
Mr. Chair, I just wanted, point of order that you didn't approve anybody to be hired, you approved the appropriation.
No,
Yes, sir, you approved an appropriation for money, $45,000, for me to go out and find someone to be able to get. And that's what we did, and he's going through the paperwork, and he will be there in a couple of weeks. The very first person, I'll just clarify something, let me finish, please. The very first person that I was hoping that we would get, we could not get, he backed out. So now we found somebody else who will be starting in 2 weeks.
Okay,
Smart.
can I have my, thank you. As chair, did you get that information?
No.
You didn't get the information that the guy that we praised for whatever, didn't take the job?
No, we approved the appropriation funds for the hiring of an individual.
I understand that,
That's
but
it.
wasn't there a person over here at the time saying that he wanted the job?
Yes.
I wasn't the same guy.
Well, it doesn't matter, I mean, my main thing is this, whomever you get, how soon will it take for you to get that backlog taken care of? Because I see you keep doing the same thing I've been telling you for the last few years, it's taken and you add them on. When you gonna flip that over and start taking out some of the bond? That's the question I have. That's the question I have for you.
Right now, we have 4 that are up for Ruda calls, 2 for Ruda calls and 2 to demo. Okay? That I'm getting there.
Okay, yeah.
Once those have been processed, then the priority list is gonna start. That priority list is basically the same list that Luke, I believe Luke put on his list. And those are the prioritized homes and, to be condemned, to actually start doing the process.
Unless you got another list, unless y'all got another list. Luke didn't give me no list of priority homes. Did anybody get that from him?
But that was on the map set that we had all, that's in his booklet.
Only thing that we done with Luke was circle where there's something going on. Okay?
Talking about the residences or
Right,
structures
okay.
within those.
But I understand what you're saying. That's what's happening now. We got a bunch of spaces that just happened. I'm pretty sure the 4 that he got probably happened in the last 6 months. Okay? I thought our main objective was to get rid of the blight, was to take care of the houses that should have been condemned and tore down years ago. Okay? As chair, I have to look at you now because maybe I was headed the wrong way with it. I thought that we was hiring someone to take care of that list that's there of almost 90-something, 100+ houses. Okay? That the one that people, when they leave out their homes, they ought to look at that for the last 3, 4 years, 5, 10 years. Never been, and every time they call me, I'm pretty sure Byron get the same one because I sure give him his number, give Byron a call for this. Okay? Look, man. I'll say it one more time. It's time to put the big boy pants on. Either you can handle the job or you can't. This body went through a lot. They went through a lot. This body, this is one committee right here, to be honest with you, when it comes up, I put my head down. I said, because man, they about to get the same old BS, and it always happens. Okay? I'm thinking that somebody was hired, and you know, and I'm gonna say this right here. I got a call for a part-time worker at $45,000 a year. Okay? No one got that call?
Clarify.
Yeah, I mean,
I have presented someone, that he said he was willing to work part-time, and help Mr. Doolin out. But, the mayor didn't go that route. And then later.
That was the guy that was here, right?
Right, yes, sir.
Okay,
And then later that month, we appropriated money in code enforcement. And it was for a new hire, but that didn't work out, the mayor said. So that's, but I don't think that was under public safety when we appropriated that money, but that's neither here nor there, but just to clear up a little bit.
Okay, what you just said right there. Until everybody get it through their heads, and I'm pretty sure everybody does, but sometimes you just have to not want to do things. We elected by the people. We're not elected by the mayor. Okay? He didn't elect me. And so basically what I'm saying is this. I don't have to talk to him on a weekly basis. I talk to my constituents. all right? They wanna know why is it that these houses are not being torn down, which I done told them time and time again, oh, it's coming. It's coming up next, it's coming up next, all right? But yet, one of them said, in here one day, and I knew what that person was in here for, I said, I gotta take my medicine. At that time, there were 4 more houses that were appropriated to be torn down. And guess what? They're way ahead of what the person needs to do. Look, I don't know how long we can take this. It's starting to be crazy. We appropriate money, we have something done, think of something being done, and nothing's being done. Where does that happen in government? What is that? I mean, right now, even the United States of America pushing out money for things to make it happen.
And Steph, I appreciate what you're saying, but that's beyond the scope of our committee. These are administrative duties that we have no control over.
Yes, we have control.
Well, we sat here, we appropriate the money.
Mr. Chair.
That's how we have control.
Well, but we don't have anything beyond that.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, Mr. Martin, I want you to understand that you do not have the authority to hire.
I didn't say hire anybody.
Excuse me, Mr. Martin, I have the floor.
Well, just make sure
You do
that
not have the
you
authority
what you
to
gonna
hire
say.
or fire anyone.
You never heard me say it.
First of all, I just wanted to make that clear. Next, and just to make another thing clear, is you're gonna sit there and say that I wasn't doing anything. I had this guy hired and he backed off. And I went looking for another person and now we have him. And we pray to God that he comes. And he is planning to come.
Well, what you got us know this?
Well, Mr. Martin, that is an administrative duty. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Cord just explained that to me. Thank you. Okay.
If I may.
Thank you, Mr. Cord.
Okay, if I may. Let me explain something. Please be brief. We got people that's out there waiting for us to do something. Okay? I'm not gonna tell them it's in the mayor's hands. When it should be, we should know what's going on. Okay? I'm thinking that someone helping Tony that's out there doing whatever. Come to find out the guy didn't take the job. I probably know why he didn't take the job, but anyway, I mean,
You still don't have anything further?
No.
Thank you so much. Okay, we move to beer and liquor licenses. We have no renewals or new requests. Action items, item number 1, approval of Alderwoman Stringfellow's request for a speed bump or study for one on Fairway Drive between Parkinson Avenue and Avenue D.
Okay, I don't think it needs to be an action item.
So can we move?
Okay, then I'd like to amend the agenda to move item number 1, an action item, to a discussion item.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Now we'll move on discussion items, and again, we'll bring up Alderman Stringfellow's request for a speed limit.
Yeah, just, chief, just to see if he's already
Absolutely
studied
not a
there. You know
problem.
where I'm talking about. That's a
Oh,
very bad
absolutely.
area.
Actually, all of Fairway Drive.
Right. But mainly the,
Right off
between
here.
Parkerson and D.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I will say right now, I'll do the feasibility study gladly, but I would say to this council, there probably needs to be something there. Now, without breaking the scab of all of the discussion we've had tonight as far as streets. Okay, I haven't had any behind us, so we're good. That may be something we could look into when you're looking into the streets. We have talked about the grading and stuff, and I've spoken with Mr. Mayor and also the mayor about that may be something we can look at, especially for those areas. Instead of the lumps, where we would face more possibility of liability of people's vehicles, getting damaged, where these grates are, doesn't cause as much damage, but it has somewhat of the same effect. So I would tell you, I'll gladly do the feasibility study, but I can almost say at this point, I agree with the council that something needs to be done on that drive.
And I like the grades idea too, but maybe, I don't even know how many we would need on,
Right.
because that's a pretty big chunk of.
Yeah, I would probably say at least, you're talking 3 to 4 blocks, at least 2 to 3.
And we're trying to rumble strips, basically.
Rumble strips, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
thank you.
Kim. Okay, next, Dr. Tina Savansky, Regional Medical Director for Acadiana Region 4 of the Louisiana Department of Health, Office of Public Health, and Medical Director, Bureau of Regional and Clinical Operations, will address the council regarding the new coronavirus 2019 at next week's regular council meeting on March 11th at 6 p.m. Any discussion needed on that, or? Yeah.
Yes, sir. That was a great idea. Mr. Crater had recommended that for us to get updated. And I did in fact talk to Dr. Stefanski, and she couldn't make it today. She had a previous engagement, and she will definitely be here on Wednesday. Unless some emergency arises.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Alderman Crater, for initiating that, and Mayor for reaching out to get the head of the State Department in here to give us some information on a vital topic. Moving on, Mr. Walter Andrus, please you are, would like to address the committee regarding public safety near J.D. Meadow Road near Bobby Smith subdivision. Mr. Andrus.
Good evening.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Andrews, for coming.
Okay, excuse me. Okay, as most of you all know that I recently was elected the new police bureau for District 1. So when I started going out to visit both of my constituents, I came to, I think it's Bobby Smith subdivision out there called the new housing complex. And I was approached by the manager, and she was here tonight, but she had to go pick up her son. She didn't realize that it was gonna run this late. But she wanted to make a couple of requests tonight. As you know, the last 4 out of 7 shootings that has happened in that subdivision, they found out how the person was coming in and was able to get away after he had done whatever he did. And so tonight, I wanted to come to you. She had brought along some little sheets here. I think somebody would pass these out. And you may have to double up, because I don't think we brought enough for everybody. But what was happening was that the individuals were coming in off of Marcel Thomas Street, coming up to the 1700 block of J.D. Miller. They'd get out of the car, they'd walk 1 block to the 1800 block, and there used to be like a gate there, but now that road has been opened up, and the person just walks in, and right along J.D. Miller, 1800 block, and Leslie Amos. They had 4 shootings right there off of Leslie Amos. And the reason why they did it this way was that they found out that if the person was to leave out of that housing complex and come down John F. Kennedy, whether they turn right or left on Hutchinson, Ross High had cameras, and also the school had cameras. So they wasn't going to go out that way. They wasn't going to go out to the Capitol because the police station sat right there. So they either had a choice of jumping over the fence into the next apartment complex, Westwood, or either they could go back up to J.D. Miller, get back in the car with the individual, and then drive up to 7th Street, go back over the railroad tracks, and then go try and get out of town by getting in the state or something. So tonight, they wanted to ask that if it would be possible, if they could get the 1800 block of J.D. Miller closed off. And they said, you know that the city doesn't have the funds. I mean, you know, I know y'all got other problems, but they offered to even close off the street itself with their own money. So I'm just bringing it to y'all. you know, and y'all as a council, you can decide among yourself what you think you want to do. And the other thing that I have tonight is that we're gonna ask the chief if he could possibly do a feasibility study. John F. Kennedy runs right into that complex, and they've been having a lot of people complaining about on the weekend they use it as a drag strip, and they was wondering if you could put that strip out there to check and see about whether or not, just like she was mentioning about some type of instrument, you know, kind of slow things down. I know you're gonna never be able to stop it completely, but at least, you know, let's try and help these citizens as much as possible. Also, I did get a study sheet done. There are 261 kids out there between the ages of 0 to 17. And once they start, when it gets a little bit warmer, these kids are going to be going out in the street. And not to say that they're just using John F. Kennedy, but when they come off of Kennedy, they go on to wherever they want to go ahead inside this complex. And they already said that a number of times they had to write up citations. I guess here on the inside, I warn people about another time that, you know, you won't be able to come back up in here. While you can and be getting advance notice, I'd appreciate whatever help you could give some out there. Really would appreciate it. Thank y'all very much.
First of all, I know the owners of the property, they were partners of mine. And if, I don't know who the manager is right now, but if she wanted to know about it, then she should have came to one of the council members. Had she done that, I would have given her the information that we've been having here since the houses were built. The reason why J.D. Mill is not shut down is because of safety. Respond from the fire department as well as the police department. Okay? In every, you have an egress and ingress of all tax-credit houses. That's tax-credit houses. Okay? You cannot, quote unquote, what we want to say, corral anyone. When we first decided to go ahead and allow carriers in, okay, I was at the assistant agency at the time when we got these houses built. The road was originally opened up so that all of the concrete and everything else, material and everything would have a safe way in and out. Once this thing was done, the complex was finished, we asked the question, can we close it up like it originally was? Due to the fact that you have well over 120-something houses, buildings, and units out there, and the time it would take for the fire department to drive, and I want y'all to listen, from if they take 7th Street and go all the way down, I forgot what road it is, but the one that goes straight ahead. That would drop their timing, lose their accreditation, and also cause a problem as far as safety is concerned. The other reason why this was never put back forward was because once everything was done, and houses were built, before we got permission, at the time I forgot who was the, Danny Eager was the, that's who it was, okay? Danny Eager. Danny came to us and Danny told us that these houses are built, it has to be an open venue as far as traffic, so therefore, if there is a catastrophic situation, now listen to what I'm saying, that meaning hurricane or whatever it may be, you have to have a way of egress and ingress. And to say that manager, matter of fact, I will call M&T in the morning. And I don't know who she is, but she got a problem. She will have a problem. Okay? They're my partners, and they know if there's any questions to be asked about the complex, it comes to step one. Now, I'm gonna go to her and ask her why she brought it out as it is, because basically, Chief, that was before you got here, when this study was done, we tried everything in our power to have that thing closed up again. Gary, if I'm wrong, you tell me. They told us, no way. If you do that, we had to bring down the number of houses, and it had a whole lot of criteria to it. So for her to be a manager of this complex and not know the history of this, she have a problem. She have a real problem. And I will make it my business to go sit down and talk with her, but at first, I have to call the main office and explain to them what was brought to us today.
Okay, excuse me, are you through?
Yeah, I'm finished. I mean, I
Okay.
can't, that's what said.
All right, well, I just want to say this, well, like I said, I went to visit the complex, because those very same people are people that voted for me. All right, and, I'm looking at it, when they came.
They voted for you too.
Yeah, and look, I even told them that, they told me you already been out there and talked to them. Now, I don't know what the problem is between you and the lady, but I said, I will come and try. But I want to say this, there are 2 other openings. I don't know why the fire department can't come down Hutchinson to John F. Kennedy, and it takes them right into.
It's called response times.
Yeah.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, can I make just a suggestion? Mr. Walter, I know we talked about cameras, and I know the police jury is kind of, that may resolve both issues, because we can't close off the street, but there should be a couple of poles that we may be able to put cameras there, which would do the same thing it kind of does with Ross Elementary and the trade school, or the technical college. Is it, we've got cameras, so.
And like I said, any option, I mean,
right.
Here's what I'm saying. If it was gonna stop them from doing the shooting and stuff, all I'm looking for.
And I agree with you, because that's
some
what
way
they
to
are.
try, some type of way to alleviate the problem.
I agree with you, because that's exactly where they're exiting, is off of there and going exactly where you said. I think maybe an alleviation would be if we could put a couple of cameras there, because then at least we have cameras,
I went through the police jury, and they've already said that they would give them a couple of cameras.
Okay.
So, but they actually, I said, I'd be glad to go down there and talk to at the council. And I appreciate Mr. Martin giving me all this insight about what was going on. And I'm quite sure that he had the same opportunity to tell that lady, because she told me they would talk to each other. So like I said, I don't know what the deal is between
But that may alleviate both, since we
yeah,
can.
but yeah, we will.
Yeah, and I feel that.
Cameras.
That would be great.
So, there's something that's coming. And thank y'all very much. I didn't mean to bother y'all.
Oh, not at all, Mr. Andrews, thank you so much for your efforts and time here. Okay, next we'll move on to my request to amend the City of Crowley Code of Ordinances to increase minimum fines for citations to $100 that are currently below $100 in an effort to deter illegal activity and encourage compliance with city ordinances. This was something that we need to introduce.
Actually, Mr. Corey, you don't have to introduce it, but you can, if you want to discuss it, you can.
Right.
And to be a little bit more elaborate on it, as far as the schedule of fines, which are located in the ordinance book, I think it's under 1381, I think.
Right, and section 14-1 is a fine schedule, it's available in your ordinance book or within UB code, and I've got a list here, and there are numerous ones that are $50, $40, $60. I discussed this with Chief, and for instance, seatbelt violations only $25. So this would hopefully encourage more compliance, and the fines have not been increased for many years, I understand.
Yes, the fines, and I will say this, I have talked with Mr. Luke Dupre, and some of you may know, I mean, he's he's busier than most of us now, I'm finding out, Chief of Staff of Senator Abraham's office, but he's also working with the police jury this summer. He will be contracted to the police jury, but he has spoken to me about coming, particularly the two ordinances we've spoken about before. One raising the, one of the ordinances says right now that city can only prosecute up to $300 max in damages, for example, like criminal damage to property. If it's above 300, then it goes to state court where the parish is giving the money. He's going to be working with us to bring it before council to amend that ordinance as well, probably this summer, to raise that to at least 900. The second one he'll be working on is the alcohol establishment ordinance to mimic more of Rain's ordinance, or to be more, kind of with theirs. But in this particular case, the fines have not been changed for probably maybe when, Mr. Reagan said he became city attorney in 79, probably since 79.
If I'm not mistaken.
78, excuse me.
I apologize, it was revised in 2008, is that at the bottom?
Was it revised? But I don't think that.
They did add in 2008, I wanna say something.
But they didn't raise it very much.
No. So, but Mr. Cord, just to make it a short version of it, so what Mr. Cord is requesting, and it give Mr. Reagan time to prepare a proposition. Anyway, it's been a long evening. To prepare a resolution, to introduce it on Wednesday's meeting. So that's what we're looking at doing, it, bringing this full council on Wednesday. And then also, once he does that, we can actually pick the next month's meeting for a public hearing. And that's what we're trying to get prepared tonight.
Certainly, if anybody's got any comments or suggestions.
I think you would probably have to move it from a discussion item to an action item and just vote on it for the whole council to pick it up.
No, sir, not. It's only for discussion, and you would do that. We would actually, Mr. Reagan is going to, we're going to put it on the agenda. We're going to put it on the agenda as a proposition, an introduction. You don't have to introduce it tonight.
I hope we get that.
Legal instructions.
Thank you. All right, next will be a request that myself and Alderman Stringfellow have made to discuss enforcement of ordinance 1313 that requires property owners or occupants to install street numbers on structures throughout the city. This has been an ongoing issue for the police, fire department, first responders, ambulance services who I've spoken to, who are having difficulty in locating a dwelling or structure that has no address. They get called up at dispatch, we're 123 Apple Street. On Apple Street, they can't see which house has numbers on it. Quite frankly, I've been with them when we've had to knock on doors and say, is this address? And especially during late hours of the night, that's not the appropriate thing to do. We do have an ordinance that requires that the street numbers be placed on the structures. I don't know about how we go about enforcing that, Chief. What's the process there?
I'm not quite sure because, okay, Mr. Martino.
Look, it's not a city thing, it's a 911 thing. If you call 911 and say there's a structure without a number, they'll make sure the number is put in. Okay? It's not a city thing. When 911 started over here, I forgot what year it was, when the building was built, every dwelling in the city of Crowley, the parish of Acadia had to have numbers. Matter of fact, if I remember correctly, Westwood got mad because they made them go buy new numbers, so they put new mailboxes on every building. That's already in the books now, and all you got to do is call 911 and tell them, hey, this dwelling does not have a number. Okay, they gonna, and if most people even know the number, but if they don't have a number, they will assign them a number. There's a lot of the empty lots right now. Some people don't even remember, I know there's 700 blocks, so they can start from one, whatever it may be. But you go to 911, they don't have a number, they have to put a number. That's what, they have to. That's 911, they have to.
Right, and my point is that know we have the ordinances, how to enforce that, because we call 911 and say, you know, how do you even identify the property, there's no address on the building?
Well, that's what I'm saying. You call 911 and say that these units don't have numbers. It's up to him to get the numbers. Because, I mean, now we have another outside, not outside, but another ambulance service in the city of Crowley. They don't know all the numbers. Okay?
No, I know, but they're not displayed on the structure.
That's what I'm saying.
And
So
it's not-
basically, yeah, so that'd be something that maybe the new ambulance, I know Katie, I remember they came in front of us for it. You know, they wanted to know how would they basically get these numbers done. And we transferred it over to the sheriff department, which I remember KB's telling them straight up, look, it's 911. You know? So I would think, and not to say anything from you, but that's 911. Yeah. If you call 911 and tell us the unit without the number, I guarantee they'll make you find the number. Whoever the owner of that building is, they're gonna make sure that they get a number.
And just to clarify, we're meeting the 911 administrative office.
Yeah.
Not like the 911 dispatch,
Yeah,
but
I'm calling.
the 911 administrative office is Mary Reed Shore, is the director of that office. I will say this, having worked years ago for the sheriff's department, being a dispatcher, and sometimes if you give them a description of the house, you know, if you say it's in this particular 100 block, they can look and say, okay, pink house, blue door, you know, okay, this is this address. But I agree with Alderman Martin that maybe at that point, what we can do, possibly say, okay, let's make a note of it, maybe have dispatch log it, that there was no house number, and send an email to, you know, like services like Captain Osborne, and he in turn can contact 911 and say, okay, there's no numbers on here for us to be able to identify, and then they in turn could possibly do it.
Thank you, Chief. And students.
If the people who don't have a house number or elderly, that is something we could probably help out with, putting it on the house for them. And of course, we have some grant money that we could probably allocate towards that, because it's for a safety reason.
And that would be through the assist agency.
Yes, as long as y'all can give us how to identify the house.
Well, 911, the only place that they can identify a true address is 911. Nobody else can give you a true address.
Oh, I was gonna say, in my 12 years working for the Postal Service, we know every address that's in the city. What they normally would do, if you came up on a house without a number or something like that, if you call it into the Postal Service, you tell them what street you're on, what 100 block you're in, and they can pretty much tell you exactly the house that, if you can tell them what's the house number next to the house that doesn't have a number, they can tell you the number. And normally what they would do, a lot of times when the mail carriers would go out, if the person didn't have a house number on it, that he would just notify the postmaster, and they'll have them, they'll send them a letter telling them, in order for them to receive their mail, they have to put that number of the house on the house so that you can receive your mail, or you have to pick it up at the post office. So anyway, that is something that might help y'all out. Check with the Postal Service.
Sure will, thank you.
I want to make one thing clear. Postal Service will not take that responsibility. But they mess around and put a wrong number on the unit, and someone do call 911 for whatever, and the ambulance goes to this house and not the other, you go to 911. That's their job. They track every lot in the city of Crowley, and then they can't get back. They can check. I understand it's a good thing about the Postal Service, but I don't think the Postal Service would take that responsibility. So, you know, that's what I'm saying. That's what they're there for, 911. If you want to know where something is, or where something should have been, it's the assessor and 911. They can tell you where everything is. And I appreciate that, DeWalt. That's a good thing.
Okay, are there any other legal items for the committee?
Just one information I forgot on my report. We'd like to thank the Crowley Rotary Club. It's looking like the police department will be receiving, if you want to come up, Mr. Tracy,
So, Rotary Club, we get grants that we can apply for. So we elected this year to apply for a grant for $1,000 towards the Crowley Police Department are their trauma kits. And the Rotary Club of Crowley actually, if we do get awarded this grant, we will match it with another 500, so that will give total 1,500. I was in touch with, I can't think of the officer's name that put the list together. Penn, yeah. And so he gave me, it was about a $2,500 total that would outfit the City of Crowley, City Police Department with that. So every shift supervisor and K-9 officer will have this kit. We do have some other sources that we will try to get some items donated, so that way we can bring that total down, as well as getting some youth and kids out of the well, it's now the middle school now, it's the old junior high is what I call it, and Ross Elementary, who have both Interact Club, Youth Act clubs that like to do projects. So we're gonna get them to get some, a box, raise some money to buy a few boxes of gauze or some kind of tape or gloves or something like that. So we'll get those about. But we're pretty sure we're gonna meet the $2,500 goal or the supplies to provide that. So that, I know we talked about that in the last few meetings, and so I think that's gonna be provided at no charge to the city.
Thank you so much. Extend our great appreciation to the club members on behalf of the council.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, should conclude the Public Safety Committee meeting. So,
You recess, okay, thank you. Next, public buildings, Mr. Woodward.
Public Buildings Committee convened, August President of the Councilman, on the purpose of the second meeting is to consider criminal justice center. Alderwoman Springfield request for an update on the present work of the criminal justice center.
Yes, sir. I'm getting prices, and I do want to give the chief some respect on this because it does come out of their budget, and I'm getting some prices to be able to get that pressure washed. And as soon as I get those prices, I'll get with the chief and we'll discuss that further.
we also dispatch area of the police department, the flooring, it's important flooring, and that's coming up, a trip hazard, and that also needs to be addressed. And I'm not sure if that's a maintenance or a repair that whose department is required to address that, but I want to have that looked into also. And Mick, what's the latest on the roof ceiling within the former jail?
Good, I don't think we've had.
You haven't had any reports?
I don't believe we've had any reports. I mean, we had a rainstorm tonight, so I'll check before I leave to see if we've had any. But I think we had one rainstorm since it's been repaired. I think it's been good.
So we probably for putting the ceiling.
Once we get the report back that there's no leaks.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
There'll be no more for big items to come before the council.
Thank you. Next, insurance and personnel, Ms. Stringfellow.
Thank you, Mayor. Insurance and Personnel Committee will convene. Mr. Luis Romero isn't going to be here with us tonight, but I did call him, and he told me that the deadline was today for a fire chief, and we had 10 applicants. So they're going to be looking over all of those. They resolved the issue for the holiday pay, and they'll be in talks for further holiday pay in the future. And he just wanted me to convey all of that. And there's no action items. Were there any other items to come before the insurance and personnel? We recess.
Thank you, District. Thank you, Ms. Stringfellow. Next, we'll reopen Revenue and Finance. Mr. Clement.
Revenue and Finance Committee will reconvene. We have a quorum, no more further discussion items, only action item remaining. Recommended resolution of the Mayor and Board of Aldermen of the City of Crowley, County of Parish, Louisiana, authorizing intergovernmental agreement with the Assist Agency to provide public funding to contribute to the salaries of site director, program facilitator, coordinator, and other personnel for the 2020 summer food service activity program for elementary and preschool children, and to provide for all matters thereto, bring it before the full council, and I so move.
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, Ms. Martin. Ms. Wiltshire?
I have to abstain, my sister's.
Okay. It's just, it's not in the committee. It's not in the committee.
He's not in the committee, so he would just have to abstain before.
Well, I didn't know whether he was in the committee or not, I just, okay, that's fine, I mean, just let them know.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
You have questions?
The only thing I'd like to ask is if you could bring before the full council next week, a breakdown of the number of children that are within, I know you do a multi-area, the Crowley children as opposed to Rain and the like, and what other sources of income, and that you've reached out to obtain.
I have it
I know
right
you
here right
presented,
now.
and I just couldn't put my hand on it from last year.
If you like, I have it all here right now.
That's fine, thank you.
So I'm come around, I want to break.
Gotta walk behind the counter, but.
Thank you.
Nobody wanna walk behind the counter.
Thank you. I just want the chief of arrested me here for breaking the law. Thank you, Mayor, for calling me about this. This was sent to the mayor. You see the cover letter right here. I don't know if y'all also got it, because it's also addressed to the council members. It was the first letter and the second page of this report. One thing I want to report out for the next grant period is under the director's position. Actually, their rate is split between Acadia Parish and Jeff Davis Parish. So that one person covers both parishes. So that's why it's set to half the rate. Go to the next page after that. Looks like this is 2019. This is a breakdown of what we received the funds for this year. Percentages, also where the expenses went, in-kind donations for 2019. The following page, which looks like this, has all the number of students, where they came from. Towards the bottom, you'll see Crowley, and you'll see Rain area, and the totals for those. And also the total number of meals served is 8,078, broken down for the 2 meals. The next one is, special for Mr. Crater. I know he loves pie charts. But if you look at the green on here at the top chart, that's not Crowley contributed 16% towards the whole program budget. And then if you look at the participants, the Crowley area, there 75% of our participants are from Crowley. So that's what the vast majority of them are. So it gives you a better idea like this. And then the final one is what we're looking at currently for 2020. We're still in the fundraising project. I know Cox has already said we won't be able to get that grant this year. We did increase the number of staff by 1 because, it's actually passed through the money from the it's Department of Education for the state, but it comes from USDA for the feeding program for the summer. And as you increase the number of students, you're required to have so many instructors per student. So it's an increase of 1 person. But we're trying to pick that up between us and the nutrition program in other areas. So the pie chart you saw was 16% Crowley. It actually comes down a little bit to 15 and a third for the following year, for 2020. And the increase mainly we anticipating would probably be here in the Crowley area, if not all of it.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Martin?
Yeah, remember, the old to Community Act. Never city got any money left. It's good, man.
And I will bring up that before the assist agency, the City of Crowley actually ran the program. I know Mr. Martin, maybe some of the others, I don't know, I've been before you were on the council. That's what I thought. and they had to cover all the costs. Said it got too expensive, so they just dropped the program. They didn't have anybody doing it for several years. We were doing the one in Jeff Davis, and we were approached by the state to restart it again in the Katy parish. So we appreciate any kind of contribution y'all can give towards the program.
It used to be held at the Martin Luther King Center.
It's at the, on Northern, at the middle school right there. The school board provides the facilities. They don't make us pay for the utilities, for the electricity, to run the air conditioning units, or they use their equipment in the kitchen to cook the meals. So it's, couldn't put a value on that, but it's all well appreciated.
Oh, they kind of,
Yes, in kind goes a long way.
Any other questions? All in favor say aye, and bring this before the full council. Aye. All opposed? Ayes have it. No other discussion coming before the Revenue and Finance Committee. Committee recesses.
thank you. Also,
If y'all don't mind, just 1 second, I would like to ask all the council members, if you could, for our next month's meeting, not this council meeting, but our next month's meeting, if you could, if you have any items that come up that are not in your committee, or you're not chairing that committee, would you please get with that chairperson in that committee and make the recommendations to that chairperson? I'm going to ask you to please do that, okay? Thank you so much.
I think that's one of the-
Question is,